Sam došao, ne znam sad je on sjeo gdje.
War gut.
Wir waren sogar drüben gut in der Zeit. Ja. Und jetzt? Wie immer. Ruhig. Ja, ja.
Die letzten Bilder.
Abgereist sind und viele Straßen blockiert haben oder einige jetzt später zu uns gekommen sind. Umso mehr nochmal ein herzliches Willkommen heute Abend zum abschließenden Dinner bei der MSC. Eigentlich, lieber Häuschen, könnte es ja eine Geburtstagsparty sein, ja? 60. Geburtstag. Aber zum richtigen Feiern ist uns nicht zumute. Auch, meine Damen und Herren, wenn diejenigen, die hier schon öfters waren, wissen, es hier in einem feierlichen Umfeld ist. Wir sind hier in der Münchner Residenz im Kaisersaal. Früher war das sozusagen der Wohnzimmer der Könige. Und die Könige entschieden, wer reinkommt. Heute machen das also die Nachfolger. Und wir machen das nur für ganz besondere Gäste. Und das sind Sie. Wenigen Tagen vor dem Start hier eine Ausstellung eröffnet, diese 60 Jahre. Und die startete ja mal als Wehrkundetag. Da gab es eine Sicherheitskonferenz. Ist denn das noch notwendig bei den vielfältigen neuen Herausforderungen, die wir auf unserem Planeten haben? Wir hätten alle nicht gedacht, dass die Sicherheitskonferenz von dem Namen her wieder eine solche Bedeutung hat. Wir hatten es ehrlich gesagt auch nicht gewünscht. Im Grunde genommen sind wir heute nicht ein Treffen von kalten Kriegern, sondern von Menschen, die versuchen, einen heißen Krieg zu beenden. Keiner hätte sich das vorgestellt. Nach Pandemie, der Krieg, die Bedrohung und die Herausforderungen, der unglaubliche Terror jetzt in Israel, scheinbar ist die Welt aus den Fugen. Umso wichtiger war es auch auf dieser Sicherheitskonferenz, Signale zu setzen. Signale der Zusammenarbeit. Ich fand die Rede von Präsident Zelensky einer der Gänsehautmomente. Ich weiß nicht, wie viele sie empfunden haben. Und man spürt, da ist nicht nur Diplomatie da geht es wirklich um Leben und Tod. Für unseren Kindern und Kindeskindern genauso viel Hoffnung übergeben können, wie wir sie empfangen haben. Und deswegen ist diese Sicherheitskonferenz nicht die übliche Tagung, nicht nur die übliche Diplomatentreff. Schön, dass Sie alle gekommen sind. Es ist uns eine Ehre. Bitte kommen Sie alle nächstes Jahr wieder. München und Bayern ist eine super Adresse.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Minister President Söder, thank you very much for this invitation. You just said that this was the final dinner and you invited everybody to afterwards spend vacation in Bavaria. Can I please remind you that tomorrow morning at the lunch there are still meetings? I would like to also welcome all of you on behalf of the Munich Security Conference for this fantastic dinner in this hall. When I walked in there, and I walked in here with one of the recipients and the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, I asked her if in Barbados her residence was also looking a bit like this one. And she said, no, it's not the case. And she was really surprised by the beauty and the dimension, the decoration. And then I explained to her that Bavaria used to be a kingdom. And then I told her that from somebody who is not from Bavaria but from the Rhineland, when we look at Bavaria, we think that deep in their heart the Bavarians again want to be a kingdom. Has been an outspoken and passionate advocate for human rights, climate justice, and global financial system. She's giving a voice to the countries of the global south and the most vulnerable nations in seeking
Honorable Minister President Söder, Ambassador Hoysingen, Chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, anniversary of the Munich Security Conference, and to honor the winners of 2024 Ewald von Kleist, both Prime Minister Mottley and Secretary Kerry embody long-view leadership. Such a quality is all too rare in today's leaders, but the need for it has never been greater when we consider the array of existential threats facing humanity, not just the climate crisis and nuclear weapons, but also pandemics and emerging risks posed by artificial intelligence. This is why the elders, the group of independent global leaders founded by Nelson Mandela, of which I have the honor of being a deputy chair, is calling for all leaders to take the long view, to adopt a crisis mindset in response to the gravity and urgency of the existential threat we face, and to believe in our ability to overcome them. Long-view leadership means showing the Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Pleasure and honor to hand over this award to you. The Munich Security Conference presents the Ewald von Kleist Award 2024 to Mia Amor-Motley in deep appreciation of her efforts to advance climate action, justice and security. Munich, February 2024. Security Conference presents the Ewald von Kleist Award 2024 to John F. Kerry in deep appreciation of his efforts to advance climate action, justice and security, as well as for his long-standing friendship with the Munich Security Conference. Munich, February 2024.
Mr. President Soto, distinguished guests all. It has to be the goal of security policy to protect that. Peace and freedom. And what does that really mean? We all know the traditional concepts of peace, and God knows that in today's world we need it more than ever, whether in Africa, whether in the Middle East, whether in Europe, or wherever war has raised its head. But for so many more in this world, peace and freedom means something else now. It means the ability simply to lead their lives with choices and with calm assurance that it can be better for their families, in particular their children. We live in a world today where the very existence of our planet is threatened, and where the ability of people to make that simple desire, to make real a better life for their families and their children in particular, is under threat. We live in a world today where the Cold War is no longer the main issue, but indeed the hot war, as we heard from the Minister President. A world in which the season of superlatives is reeling us from crisis to crisis, depending on which part of the world in which we live. And what does this mean in real terms to our people? In my own country, we may not see it in the form of hurricanes as much as other Caribbean islands or other islands in the Pacific, but we see it in terms of drought and scarcity of water. We see it in terms of the new threat of sargassum seaweed that comes right through the entire Caribbean region into the Gulf of Mexico, threatening the day-to-day lives of too many of our people. And whether, therefore, it is the heart attack of the hurricanes and floods, or it's the chronic, non-communicable diseases of simply water scarcity or sargassum seaweed, these things are causing too much displacement to ordinary people and ordinary families. If we do not sit up and take action in time, as I said in Glasgow and I've said repeatedly, we run the risk of marginalizing, literally, not just groups of people, but indeed states becoming failed states. I hope that this recognition today that we receive is not simply to be able to signal to the world that this is a part of our global insecurity, but it will also do more to be able to catapult us into the political will and energy that is needed for
bringing us into your humble home. We appreciate it very, very much. And I want to thank Ban Ki-moon. I thank him for his passion and purpose and for the great efforts he made as Secretary General. And I think all of us appreciate enormously the work he did to help the Paris Agreement come into reality. Ambassador Gutman, Ambassador Huisgen, thank you for your leadership of the conference, and we appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored, and I know Mia, who she and I have become good friends, and you heard her powerful voice here tonight. We are both honored, and I appreciate enormously what this means and who it stands for. We thank you, all of you who make the trip each year to give new life to Ewald von Kleist and to his vision, not just the vision of Rwanda, but of something bigger, which he described aptly as peace through dialogue. And von Kleist saw it not just peace, not just to avoid needless wars, but so when military means did become the only way to restore order, as he told Wolfgang Ischinger, a leader could tell a mother who had lost her child that that was the only way to keep all of us safe. It's a high bar, and it's even a higher calling. For those who grew up in the safety of the world that was secured by the greatest generation, it's easy to take for granted the outcomes of this conference and what it is committed to preserve. But for von Kleist, the opportunity to gather and to reason together, instead of meeting each other in the trenches and on the battlefield, was a hard-fought privilege, not a birthright. And at 22, he saw, before that, he saw his father executed for standing up to evil. At age 22, he was locked behind the barbed wire at a camp for doing the same. And before he turned 25, he had twice seen this continent torn apart by suffering on an unimaginable scale. Adults, please behave like adults. Get the job done. And we have to reimagine and rebuild some of our faith in the institutions that we have today. That's our charge. One of the greatest rewards, and I'll wrap up fairly soon here, but one of our greatest rewards that I've experienced is getting to see how many good people are out there every single day courageously fighting back through individual acts of bravery which defy the odds, all by people who simply refuse to give up. Think about it. The lonely human rights activist who struggles against tyranny, the democracy activist who goes to jail trying to ensure that an election is free and transparent, the climate activist who risks arrest to defend our planet and future. I am in awe of the courage that ordinary, often anonymous people demonstrate in the most difficult circumstances imaginable, in a dank jail, in a gulag, facing the cruelest persecution. And many of these people, my friends, just quietly disappear. They lose their lives often in the agony of lonely torture. Few ever become an international cause or a global hero, but courage is not a strong enough word to describe what they do. And from this day forward, their struggle now finds a two-word anthem of inspiration to keep fighting. Alexei Navalny. What he and they all have in common is their refusal to be indifferent, their refusal to give up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali, Natalie Tocci.
So, welcome everyone for this final day of the Munich Security Conference. And I was thinking back at the Munich Security Conference last year, where Ambassador Heusgen, I think, made really quite a remarkable effort at trying to broaden out the conversation beyond the usual transatlantic crowd to the so-called global south. And I think actually this year that effort has been deepened and widened even further. However, it is fairly clear that our world is on the one hand more connected, but on the other hand ever more divided. And all this is happening, of course, against the backdrop of the war on Ukraine, but also of war in the Middle East, which has really, in many respects, made those divides much, much deeper and harder to reconcile. So to join me in this wonderful discussion for this final day of the Munich Security Conference, please join me in welcoming on stage Ricarda Lang. Ricarda is the co-chairwoman of Alliance 90, the Greens. Ricarda, please. David Lammy, Shadow Secretary of State of the Foreign, Common and Development Office of the United Kingdom. David. We have J.D. Vance, Senator from Ohio of the United States of America. And Priyanka Chaturvedi, Deputy Leader of the Shiv Sena Party of the Parliament of India. Priyanka. So, Ricarda, let me really start with you. There's been a lot of talk lately in Europe about the risk of a right-wing wave sweeping across Europe. And in many respects, the expectation of this has already had a number of implications, for instance, to issues which I guess are very dear to your heart, like climate policy. But looking beyond and looking at foreign policy specifically, I'm just wondering if you could reflect a little bit about what those implications might be for foreign policy questions broadly, but specifically for the European Union stance as far as Ukraine is concerned, and particularly in terms of both support for Ukraine, but also moving forward with the process of European enlargement. Ricarda.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and thank you for having this session. I was born in 1994, so I'm a child of the 90s, and therefore I was very much born with the notion of the end of history. So after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the time of systematic competition is over, and with market liberalism all over the world, democracy and liberalism will spread. And this was very much what I grew up with, and also I think a notion when I started to go into politics. And this has dramatically changed throughout the last years. Because I think by now we are seeing that we are not so much standing in front of the question, how is democracy spreading worldwide, but far more, are democracies able to prevail internally when it comes to right extremists, for example, but also externally in a world that on the one hand, you mentioned that at the beginning, is so much more reliant on cooperation when we talk about climate change, migration and other issues, but on the other hand has drifted farther apart and cooperation has become more difficult. And so I think for us as to Europe, this is the question, how can we strengthen our democracy and how can we prevail? This means economically, we need to have more of a geo-economic stance in the EU, and we need to be able to compete with China, also with the US, with the Inflation Reduction Act. This means internally, we need to come closer together. I mean, we're going to talk a little bit about it later. Are we able to have a common foreign policy, for example, in the US, in Europe? Are we able to form better ties when it comes to defense? All those are questions. And of course, security-wise. And I think security-wise, the question of how we support Ukraine and whether Russia will win this war or not is of the utmost importance, because we know that if Putin is going to win this war against Ukraine, he and also other countries like China are going to learn that it is possible for them to just change borders, and this would mean, I think, for the world, less security, less freedom, and therefore the question if democracies prevail is also decided with the support of Ukraine.
Thank you. David, let me move on to you. You know, there hasn't been a lot of good news lately, understatement. But it has to be said that the European-UK relationship, the EU-UK relationship, actually has been a relatively bright spot. And it is very clear that looking ahead to your election towards the end of the year, I guess, that relationship might actually improve even further. Now, if on the one hand you have this sort of bilateral dynamic between the EU and the UK, which is going to be propelled even further by domestic dynamics within your country, and then on the other hand we look at, and we'll be talking quite a bit about this, the looming risk of troubled waters across the Atlantic, could you perhaps say a little bit about how you foresee that EU-UK relationship developing, particularly in the security space?
Well, look, of course, I'm hoping that there is a general election this year, and I have the privilege of becoming the UK Foreign Secretary, because it's absolutely fundamental that the United Kingdom and Europe have the closest of relationships. And the Brexit era is over, the situation is settled, and what my party is proposing is a new UK-EU security pact. And it's a pact that is effectively built on the fact that we obviously have war here in Europe, but the truth is, and it's important that we summon up to the room the courage of Alexei Navalny. What it reminds us is that notwithstanding that war, Russia will continue to be a threat to Europe for months, years, perhaps a generation more. And that means that the defense capability of the UK, alongside our partners in France, particularly representing about 50% of Europe's defense capability, but also the intelligence capability of the Five Eyes system in partnership with the United States, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, is absolutely essential, and it's why we need now a new security pact. Now, that security pact is not to rival NATO, it is to run in parallel with NATO, understanding that what we've seen from this crisis is that energy security is important for us to continue to work on, is that sanctions and bearing down on kleptocracy and the way in which misinformation and disinformation is being used in our democracies is important to bear down on. Security and migration is important to work together on. And of course, climate policy going forward. That's why we say we now need a UK-EU security pact. And the way I think to see this next period, and it came to me last night at an event with Mike Pompeo, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainian people, is that the threat to democracy at this point in time, and why we must stand together, comes down to one word: borders. It is a border that has been breached by Russia. It is our borders that are challenged by the problems in the Horn of Africa and climate as people migrate and move to better places. It is a border that is challenged between Israel and Gaza. And actually, when you look at the problems in passing the package of support to Ukraine, it is the border with the United States and Mexico and the huge, tremendous problems of fentanyl flooding into the United States that is holding up that package. We must protect our borders, and to do that, we have to stand together.
David, can I perhaps just press you, though, a little bit more on this point? I mean, I think you make a very important point, which is essentially, even in that hypothetical, highly desirable scenario in which Ukraine liberates all of its territory, Europe will continue to be in confrontation with Russia, given the situation internally within Russia. And hence, we have to prepare for a long war, which is not just a long war in Ukraine, but a potentially long war in a much broader sense of the term. Now, of course, there are all the elements that you describe, which are hugely important, but there is that hard defense angle, which is massively important in that kind of scenario. Could you perhaps say a little bit more, before I move on to Senator Vance, about how you foresee that security pact actually sort of playing out in that defense field? In what ways, for instance, would it move forward in terms of encouraging not only greater defense spending, but particularly better spending and spending together? Because as we know, it's that fragmentation in that European defense space which has really been at the heart of many of the problems that we've been facing.
Well, there are a number of issues. Procurement and joint and shared procurement remains a significant challenge, and there does need to be complementarity across Europe. We should not be replicating in what one country, what another country can do. Clearly, our industrial capacity needs work. There is industrial capacity currently in the UK with important companies like BAE Systems working there. Again, that will have to be a shared endeavor, and some of that endeavor, of course, will always continue to be transatlantic, working with our American partners. So I think that there are, in fact, significant areas where we can work together. And going forward, just as we came together to determine the rules that should govern our global system after the Second World War, when we think about AI, when we think about quantum, when we think about further advances in biotech, again, that takes shared endeavor. And we'll have to do that at speed. Sometimes Europe can feel rather sluggish and bureaucratic. We will have to do that at speed. The urgency of war in Europe, I hope, reminds us of that fact.
Senator Vance, now, as you will have gathered, the prospect of a second Trump administration raises quite a bit of anxiety in Europe. And particularly it does as far as many of the themes that we've been touching so far, and namely Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, truth be said, the first Trump administration did actually see greater commitment towards Ukraine, and particularly greater commitment towards NATO. Could you perhaps tell us how you would imagine your party, were it to form the next government in the United States, how would it look at European security? Would there be a withdrawal from NATO? Would there be a pullout, an abandonment of Ukraine? So are European fears justified?
Well, first, thanks for having me, and thanks for letting me go second to last, because I had to pound a lot of coffee. I'm still very much on American time, but it's good to be with you. So I can't speak for Donald Trump. I can speak for myself, and I think that he agrees with what I'm going to say, but I can't speak for the former and I think likely future president of the United States. So, first of all, we have to remember that despite a lot of the hand-wringing, and I've heard a lot of it in private meetings and public meetings, Donald Trump was maybe the best president at deterring Russia in a generation. In fact, the only time that Russia has not invaded a foreign country over the last 20 years was the 4 years that Donald Trump was president. And it's interesting that so many people accuse Trump or me or others of being in Putin's pocket, and yet the person that Donald Trump says, or the person that Vladimir Putin says he wants to be the next president is not Donald Trump. He says Joe Biden is his preferred candidate because he's more predictable. Now, on the question of European security, I think there's a fundamental issue here that Europe really has to wake up to. And I offer this in the spirit of friendship, not in the spirit of criticism, because no, I don't think that we should pull out of NATO, and no, I don't think that we should abandon Europe, but yes, I think that we should pivot. The United States has to focus more on East Asia. That is going to be the future of American foreign policy for the next 40 years, and Europe has to wake up to that fact. Now, let me just throw a couple of facts out there. Number one, the problem in Ukraine, from the perspective of the United States of America, and I represent, I believe, the majority of American public opinion, even though I don't represent the majority of opinion of senators who come to Munich, is that there's no clear endpoint. And fundamentally, the limiting factors for American support of Ukraine, it's not money, it's munitions. America, and this is true, by the way, of Europe too, we don't make enough munitions to support a war in Eastern Europe, a war in the Middle East, and potentially contingency in East Asia. So the United States is fundamentally limited. Now let me just throw very, very specific details, okay? The PAC-3, which is a Patriot interceptor. Ukraine uses in a month what the United States makes in a year, okay? The Patriot missile system is on a 5-year back order, 155 millimeter artillery shells on more than a 5-year back order. We're talking in the United States about ramping up our production of artillery to 100,000 a month by the end of 2025. The Russians make close to 500,000 a month right now at this very minute. So the problem here vis-a-vis Ukraine is America doesn't make enough weapons, Europe doesn't make enough weapons, and that reality is far more important than American political will or how much money we print and then send to Europe. And the final point that I'll make just to respond here, because I know people have heard what Trump said, and they've criticized it and they've said, well, Trump is going to abandon Europe. I don't think that's true at all. I think Trump is actually issuing a wake-up call to say that Europe has to take a bigger role in its own security. Germany, just this year, will spend more than 2% of GDP, okay? That, of course, is something that we had to really push for in the United States, and it just now has finally cleared that threshold. But it's not just about money spent. How many mechanized brigades could Germany field tomorrow? Maybe one, okay? The problem with Europe is that it doesn't provide enough of a deterrence on its own because it hasn't taken enough of it hasn't taken the initiative in its own security. I think that the American security blanket has allowed European security to atrophy. And again, the point is not we want to abandon Europe. The point is we need to focus as a country on East Asia, and we need our European allies to step up in Europe. I appreciate what my English friend over here said, and of course England has been one of the few exceptions where I think it has fielded a very capable military over the last generation, but that hasn't been true for a lot of Europe, and that has to change.
But before, I know, Ricardo, you want to step in. I mean, I think in a crowd like this, your point is well taken.
Ich glaube, dass wir, die wir hier sitzen, sehr gut verstehen, was Sie gesagt haben. Wir wissen, dass wir mehr tun müssen, aber ich glaube, man muss...
And I think it's, also correct to point out that indeed, when Trump was in office, there was, obviously, war in Ukraine had already started back in 2014. However, the large-scale invasion had not taken place. However, here we are in the midst of that large-scale invasion. And yes, we have to do more. We have to accelerate that pace of doing more. But there is still a question that if the United States were to pull out, were to drop the ball on Ukraine in a year from now, we probably wouldn't, it takes time to do things, right? And so there would be a very serious risk, in fact, a very serious threat, that Russia would take over Ukraine and move beyond it.
Well, so first of all, it's very hard, the juxtaposition between the idea that Putin poses an existential threat to Europe compared again against the fact that we're trying to convince our allies to spend 2% of GDP. Those ideas are very much in tension. I do not think that Vladimir Putin is an existential threat to Europe, and to the extent that he is, again, that suggests that Europe has to take a more aggressive role in its own security. That's number one. But again, I go back to this question about abandoning Ukraine. If the package that's running through the Congress right now, $61 billion of supplemental aid to Ukraine goes through, I have to be honest to you, that is not going to fundamentally change the reality on the battlefield. The amount of munitions that we can send to Ukraine right now is very limited, again, not by American willpower or by American money, but by American manufacturing capacity. All of those back orders that I just highlighted, those are not problems in the future, those are problems today, and they provide real limitations. So all I'm saying is, in that world of real limitations, what is realistic to accomplish in Ukraine? Can we send the level of weaponry we've sent for the last 18 months, for the next 18 months? We simply cannot. No matter how many checks the U.S. Congress writes, we are limited there. Okay, munitions matter a lot in warfare. What we haven't talked about, of course, is manpower matters a lot in warfare, and we know the Ukrainians are very limited on that. So our argument, at least my argument here, is given the realities that we face, the very real constraints in munitions and manpower, what is reasonable to accomplish, and when do we actually think we're going to accomplish it? And my argument is, look, I think what's reasonable to accomplish is some negotiated peace. I think Russia has incentive to come to the table right now. I think Ukraine, Europe, and the United States have incentive to come to the table. That is going to happen. This will end in a negotiated peace. The question is when it ends in a negotiated peace and what that looks like.
Ricarda, I know you want to respond.
I would very much like to answer to that. I think if you are saying that many people who speak to you and seeing by the voting behavior specifically at the issue of Ukraine, yes, that you said that you don't know how this war will end or when this war will end. I think yesterday President Zelensky said some very important words when he was standing here, and he said, why do you always ask us when the war ends and not why Russia is still strong enough? And I think this is the question all partners of Ukraine should ask themselves in the situation. Putin has shown over and over again, and he just showed this with the murder of Navalny on Friday, that he has no interest in peace at the moment, that he does not want peace. So if you say we stop supporting Ukraine, stop giving weapons to them, you're not having some scenario where this leads to peace, but at the moment this leads to two scenarios. Either you are prolonging the war or you give up Ukraine and Putin wins. And I think we know, and I said this beforehand, if Putin is going to win this war, he, but also other forces like China, are going to learn that it's possible for them to just change borders and that NATO is not going to hold up against this. And I don't understand how you can want the world, now I'm speaking about Trump, and you said you can't speak for him, but how Trump with his words wants a world where NATO is weakened and where also countries like Putin, countries like Russia and dictators like Putin's learn those things, because we know it is a world with less security and it is a world with less freedom for the EU, but also for the US. And secondly, if I may, I'm going to be fast, but if you're telling about this, you know, Europe needs to step up their game. That's true. Europe in the past, and many times, has not done their homework. But first of all, now we are stepping up our game. We have done this with the support of Ukraine. Now Germany is spending 2% on defense, and I think everybody in Germany knows that in the future we will be able and willing and need to spend more. So I think now this is happening. And secondly, there is a huge difference. If you are in a partnership, if you tell your partner, step up your game because we want to be stronger together, or if you tell Putin, well, they are for take, we are not going to support them. And this is what Trump told us. He wasn't saying step up your game, but he was saying, well, I would even encourage in this scenario that Putin attacks, and I think this is really an attack on NATO, and this is really a big risk for NATO. And therefore, we as the EU, we need to step up our game, but we want to do it within a strong NATO, because I think a stronger EU means a stronger NATO.
So
Priyanka, let me turn to you. Now, this was really supposed to be a conversation about Europe and its partners, and here we are again, you know, in our little transatlantic bubble, arguing away. Let me turn to you, Priyanka. In a sense, really sort of, you know, listening to all this, I mean, it is very clear that our world is indeed ever more divided. It is very clear that there are various powers, whether it's a multipolar world, as you would probably like to see it, a non-polar world. It is very messy indeed. Now, India really has been a rising player in this game, but one that tries to really put multilateral cooperation at the center, and yet it does so. Yesterday, India's foreign policy was defined as a multiple choice foreign policy, I think rather aptly. So perhaps, I mean, if you could react on the one hand to everything that you've just listened to, but particularly in this ever more divided world, you know, how is India imagining itself stepping up to the game?
So let me begin by first thanking you for giving me that voice right now. For a minute, I thought the Global South voice is lost again in this entire conversation. However, just to bring the perspective back, 85% of the population of the world is based in Global South, so-called Global South. 39% of the global GDP is coming from there. I come from India, and of course, I think multiple choice options and multiple partners as far as relationships are concerned, I think it's a good choice to have. To be able to be there and build bridges rather than burning bridges, I think is a good message that India is sending globally. Having said that, India is placed in the Global South in a situation where it faces its own challenges. Its eastern borders, western borders, both have two powerful enemies which continue to create trouble, create security challenges for us. Our food security, our energy security needs are something that every government, whether I'm in the opposition in India, however, but I do understand that these are the challenges my country faces. And for a point in time during COVID, when we saw borders closing, when we saw non-cooperation coming from, you know, a lot of places, India was a country which was sending out vaccines to its neighborhood countries. It was understanding its responsibility in the recently concluded G20. We were surprised, amazed, and we continue to be surprised and amazed that till now in the Security Council, we are not there, in the UN Security Council. But we were also equally felt responsible that we have an entire European Union which is not part of the G20. And we pushed it, and we're glad that it happened during our presidency. So yes, I think India does make a very conscious choice because of its challenges, and also as how it sees its role across the globe, being able to, I would say, maneuver through these challenges, something I think every country should be looking forward to and wanting to align with India and how it sees the world and how it looks at cooperation rather than confrontation.
But Priyanka, just to stick with you here, I mean, in particular, I mean, here you have with the sort of, you know, broadly, not just European, but many Europeans in the room. And I think it'd be extremely useful for this audience to get a better sense from you for how you imagine the Europe-India relationship developing. You know, how is it? It is very clear that on the one hand, India has a very strong relationship and growing relationship with the United States. At the same time, India considers itself as non-West, and that non-Westernness at times also takes the form of criticism of particularly, not just the United States, but I would say particularly Europe. How would you imagine, what is it that has to be done in order to actually get that Europe-India relationship on a healthier and stronger footing?
No, I definitely think it's on a healthy footing, and it is only going to get stronger because I see more convergences rather than divergence in ideas. We all face the same challenge with regards to energy security. We faced climate change. We faced democracy, challenges coming to democracies, and how Europe is battling it, and various parts of Global South is going to be battling it. So those are challenges we face: job opportunities, job security, tech, those are things where we see a lot more convergences. And having said that, yes, we are non-West. We are proud of the fact that we are non-West. And we are bringing a new idea to the table, which is hopefully gaining ground globally. And we'll continue to, if you look at our trade relationship, we're looking at the free trade agreement, which has been in deep freeze for many years, and we are now prioritizing that. And hopefully that should be coming to a closure soon. And I personally feel that there's only way forward as far as India-European relationships are concerned. Of course, there are going to be hiccups in the way, but those hiccups will not lead to hesitations in moving things forward. That is how I see it, and I would believe that democracies need to converge, and the time for it is now more than ever.
Thank you. Now let me open this up to the floor. I have Sophie first. There you are, Sophie, one of our young leaders, please.
Hello, thank you everybody. The question I wanted to ask was about how the EU engages with partners. One of the themes of the conference has been the need for new forms of partnership, more equal partnerships, not just within the sort of transatlantic alliance, but across the world, as Priyanka was just talking about. And there's been a real theme of not turning inwards, listening to different perspectives. But the nature of the EU as a consensus-based organisation is that often by the time it has negotiated its internal position, its engagement with other partners becomes take it or leave it. This is our offer. I was wondering if the panel could reflect on how the EU engages with its partners over the coming years. What needs to change? How might it operate differently? And what can its global partners do to promote sort of stronger relationships?
Thank you so much, Sophie. And let me collect several questions. Yes, please.
Thank you, Natalie. Michael Fullila from outside the transatlantic bubble from the Lowy Institute in Australia. Two quick questions to Senator Vance, if I may. First of all, can I ask you to reflect on the death of Alexei Navalny and what that tells you about the Putin regime? Secondly, you talked about the necessity for the United States to pivot to Asia. One of Washington's big plays on Asia in the last couple of years has been AUKUS, the agreement by which the United States promised to assist Australia and the UK to develop a fleet of nuclear-powered submarines, including through the sale of 3 Virginia-class SSNs next decade. What do you think about AUKUS, and would AUKUS be safe under a Trump presidency? Thank you.
Thank you. Maida over here.
Maida Ruga, European Council on Foreign Relations. Question for Senator Vance. It's nice to hear the reassurances on NATO and European security. I wonder what you think about the dormant NATO idea that is being put forward by Heritage 2025 project and Center for Renewing America, which foresees US remaining in NATO, but minimizing its role to extended deterrence and handing over the entire responsibility for conventional military capabilities as well as leadership to Europeans. Are you aware of the plans, and do you think that might become part of the agenda should former President Trump be reelected? Thank you.
Thank you, Maida. And can you just pass the mic actually just here? Yeah.
Oleksiy Gonchenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Obviously, question to Senator Vance. First of all, you said Putin said he supports Biden. Don't forget, Putin always lies. That's the first point. Second point, you said about importance of watching to Asia, definitely. But don't forget that your state of Ohio is exporting $11 billion to Europe. And what will be with 1,000 jobs in state of Ohio if Europe will be disrupted by Putin, which he clearly wants to do. And also, like the roots of more than half of population of Ohio, German, Irish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Polish, English, what to say to these people, just that you are not so interested in Europe right now. And the last thing about deterrent. Ukraine had a fantastic deterrent against Russia, who had nuclear weaponry. And because of push of the United States of America, you took it from us. So please, if you not want to help Ukraine, so help us to become back nuclear state, and we will deal with Russia ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. So perhaps Senator Vance.
Well, there's a lot there, and I'll try to respond to all of it, recognizing we're relatively brief on time. So first of all, I'm a fan of AUKUS, and to respond to Navalny's death, look, he was clearly a brave person. His death is a tragedy. I don't think that he should have been in prison. I don't think that he should have been killed in prison, and I condemn Putin for doing it. But here's the problem. It doesn't teach us anything new about Putin. I've never once argued that Putin is a kind and friendly person. I've argued that he's a person with distinct interests, and the United States has to respond to that person with distinct interests. We don't have to agree with him. We don't have to. We can contest him, and we often will contest him. But the fact that he's a bad guy does not mean we can't engage in basic diplomacy and prioritizing America's interests. There are a lot of bad guys all over the world, and I'm much more interested in some of the problems in East Asia right now than I am in Europe. Now, to respond to sort of one of the earlier questions, to the question about the Heritage 2025 initiative, I'm broadly aware of what they're talking about with NATO, and I think it's consistent with what I'm articulating here, which is that we need Europe to play a bigger share of the security role. And that's not because we don't care about Europe, to your question, sir, to sort of the things that you've said, Ms. Lang. It's because we have to recognize that we live in a world of scarcity. When I sort of listen to these questions, and I listen to so many of the private conversations I've had, one of the attitudes that I think is very, very dominant at the Munich Security Conference is the idea of the American superpower that can do everything all at once. And what I'm telling you is that we live in a world of scarcity in weapons manufacturing and America's capacity to make the critical machinery of war. And that world of scarcity is what I'm trying to get us all to wake up to. In that world of scarcity, we can't support Ukraine and the Middle East and contingencies in East Asia. It just doesn't make any sense. The math doesn't work out in terms of weapons manufacturing. The one final point I want to make here is, I hear a lot of self-congratulation in this room and some of the conversations that I've had back home in the United States. This is not just a criticism of Europe. A lot of self-congratulation about how much our GDP is bigger than Russia's GDP. And yes, we are richer than Russia. Our citizens have better lives than the average Russian citizen. That is certainly something to celebrate and be proud of. But you don't win wars with GDP or euros or dollars. You win wars with weapons. And the West doesn't make enough weapons. Now, I don't mean to beat up on Germany here, because I love Germany, but I wanted to respond to something Ms. Lang said earlier. Look, Germany is the one country, maybe, in NATO that did not follow the stupid Washington consensus and allow their country to be deindustrialized during the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And yet at the very moment that Putin is more and more powerful, where the Russian army is invading European countries en masse, this is the point at which Germany starts to deindustrialize. Look at the number of people working in manufacturing in Germany now versus 10 years ago. Look at the critical raw materials produced in Germany now versus 10 years ago. The energy dependence now versus 10 or 20 years ago. We have got to stop deindustrializing. We want Europe to be successful, but Europe has got to take a bigger role in its own security. You can't do that without industry.
Thank you. Ricardo.
Well, we just decreased our energy dependency because we got rid of our dependency of Russian gas. This is something that Germany has done throughout the last years, and it had made us stronger. And like I said before, I don't have a problem with being told that in the European Union, Germany needs to step up, and I don't have a problem with being told that the European Union needs to step up. But I think the question is if we still have a common goal with NATO, and I'm not sure about this at the moment, and I think we saw this with this discussion here. But actually, I wanted to react also to another question, if this is okay, because I think we had the question with how the European Union is engaging with other partners. I think for me, we know that we need new partnerships, and we also know that we need to win, I think, trust in a rules-based order in this world. And therefore, we need to engage more with the Global South. To do this successfully, I think Europe needs to stand on 3 points, or needs to be better in 3 points. First of all, we need to be faster. Last year here at the MSC, there was some talk on resource strengths and stuff like this, and there was a foreign minister from Togo, and he was telling us, well, you know, everything you're telling us sounds really, really good, but I have the problem. If I want to build a harbor, and the Chinese embassy just hears about it. 2 weeks later, I have workers. 4 weeks later, I have the harbor. In the same time, Brussels did not even respond to my letter. And I think this is a big problem. We need to be faster when we build partnerships with other countries. We need to be credible. I saw this very much at the COP conversations, how many people from the Global South tell us, well, we are only willing to do partnerships with you if you hold up to your words, if you tell us about climate financing, if you tell us about loss and damages, and then you don't put in the work and you don't put in the money, actually, we don't really want to work with you, or we don't really believe that this partnership will strengthen us. And the last one, and I think this is something that I also say as part of a party that is part of the German government at the moment, we need to be more reliable. And this also really affects us at Germany. In the last weeks, we have seen that in many cases, Germany has turned their vote on things that are happening in the European Union, that we have first said yes and then said no, and then therefore blocked things that are happening. And I think this has really weakened our role within the European Union, but in the end is also going to weaken the European Union. So therefore, Europe, but therefore also Germany needs to be more reliable.
Thank you for that, Ricardo. David.
Well, look, I want to do two things. The first thing is I'm not, as a British politician that left the European Union, going to tell Europe how to handle the Global South. That's the first thing. The second thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to agree a lot with what my Republican friend has said. Russia has increased its defense spending since 2014 by 300%. China has increased its defense spending since 2014 by 500%. And before the war in Ukraine, nearly every European country was reducing its defense spending, bar a few exceptions, Poland, Finland, Czechoslovakia. So there has been a problem. This is a wake-up call. And the question for us is, do we live up to those noble men and women of the late 1930s and 1940s who saw the peril in front of them and raised their game? Or do we continue to navel gaze and look over to America and say, you come and fix our problems? America has always had these trends of isolationism. We saw it during the First World War. We saw it at the beginning of the Second World War. And notwithstanding the problems, £75 billion worth of aid and a situation from America to Ukraine, and a situation in which South Korea is sending more shells to Ukraine than the whole of the European family combined, is a challenge to us, not other countries, to us as a community. And in terms of the Global South, look, you know what the Global South say. They say hypocrisy. That's what they say. They say, why do these people come and lecture us with their values the whole time? Where were their values during the pandemic when they hoarded vaccines and wouldn't share? And who pitched up to share? China and Russia. And look, India is not a middle power. India is the emerging superpower. Get on board. We need India, not the other way around. So this is a wake-up call to us, it seems to me, in this room, not the other way around.
Priyanka.
I'm so glad he said that.
Well, you can say it again.
Yeah, I can only reinforce it. Yes, India is the superpower, especially in the Global South. And I would say the reason why I say this, we're going on talking about China. We are facing challenges from China. And we are a country which continues to adhere to international rules-based order. And that is something where we are facing a challenge with them not even believing in it or wanting to even try and attempt doing that. So that is a challenge that we face, and that is why when she said something like, what would you tell EU about partnerships? And she also mentioned something which said, take it or leave it. I would say, take it, leave it, deal with it. That is the third dimension that EU needs to bring to the table, that there is a country like India, which has multiple choice format, versus the take it or deal it method. So you all will have to deal with it and deal with our challenges and understand that not every challenge comes from a European perspective. It also comes from various nations' perspectives and their priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this has been an absolutely incredible panel. I think it's really sort of highlighted On the one hand, some of the things that we knew already, it is a world of scarce resources. I think we all agree that in this context, Europe really needs to step up to the plate. I think on this particular point, there is broad agreement. I think, there is also the sense that whereas indeed the United States cannot solve all powers in the world, the United States remains an indispensable power in this world. And we would very much like to see the US that will continue to remain very much engaged in this and not only this part of the world. However, as we've seen, it is also a world, and this of course is the flip side of the coin of there being scarce resources. There may be scarcity of resources, but there is a growing sort of number of players that are making their voices heard, that we need to understand what they can contribute to the world. And of course, these powers themselves, beginning with India, will need to take on an increasing share of responsibility for the world's problems. So please join me in thanking what I think has been a fantastic panel to kick off this final day of the Munich Security Conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Professor of European Studies at St. Antony's College, University of Oxford, Timothy Garton-Ash.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This panel is going to give an example of how an enlarged EU can work very efficiently, because we have an enormous panel with 5 speakers, but we're all going to be incredibly brief and pithy, so there'll be time for discussion. Could I invite my panelists, please, to join us on the platform? And while they're doing so, let me say just 2 things. First of all, the most urgent and important thing, the precondition for a successful enlargement, is that we enable Ukraine to win this war. And that means getting arms and ammunition to Ukraine in the next few weeks. Unless we can secure an independent, sovereign, secure Ukraine, there's not going to be a successful enlargement. The second thing to say is that the EU that we have today, with 27 member states, from Lisbon to Tallinn and Helsinki to Athens, is something we have never before had in European history. We've never before had so many countries in the same political, economic, and security communities. And many, many times people have told us that it was impossible. In the 1990s and the 2000s, you couldn't take in a large, poor, messy, largely agrarian country into the European Union. That was Poland. And what a success it has been. So we can do it, but obviously it's a challenging process. We're going to start by my asking questions of each of the panelists, and then we'll have time for Q&A. I'm going to proceed from east to west, and I hope the panelists will forgive me if I don't introduce them at length. You all know who they are, and you have the program. So if I may start with you, Madam President, and ask the simplest but most essential question: why is membership of the EU so important for Georgia?
One word: it's a necessity. Security, necessity, and it's the only perspective for a country that by civilization has been sharing European values. But today, maybe the main thing is security, and this necessity of security is the one that the EU should feel at the same time, because one could imagine what would be today's war in Ukraine if there was in the EU no Poland, no Baltic states, no Romania, no Bulgaria. So the former enlargement ensured, in fact, an additional security for the whole of the EU. And the next enlargement, our enlargement, will be an added security value for the European Union and for us. That's what is solidarity and shared values. And we have a very important, at the same time, security issue in common, which we do not talk about enough, which is the Black Sea. And what Russia is doing right now is what, in fact, it announced in 2007, that it would not let the West get into the Black Sea. And after 2007, what happened? Georgia, 2008, the coast of the Black Sea, Crimea, main post on the Black Sea, and then the war in Ukraine. So it has announced what it was going to do, and it's doing it. So I think it's in the utmost interest of the European Union, and of course for Georgia, for our security and for our connectivity with Europe, to prevent Russia to become the exclusive power in the Black Sea, which it's trying to do. And that is important for the future also, for the communications that are going to be so important in the coming years and decades. For security of transport, of energy, we have to prevent that.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure that Olga Stefanishna would agree with every word of that, also from Ukraine's point of view. Olga, I mean, there are kind of 3 reforms we need to talk about, aren't there? There's reform inside Ukraine, preparing for EU membership. There's the reform of the EU that is needed to enable enlargement, and there's the reform of the actual process of enlargement, because what I think we can all agree is that we can't simply do it like it was done for the Western Balkans, which was less an accession process than a non-accession process, right? I mean, if you think of Northern Macedonia waiting since 2005. So say something to us, if you would, about the actual, those three reforms and the process as you're experiencing it now.
Well, thank you so much, Timothy. The process is definitely not fitting the spirit, and that's the major obstacle for us at this point of time, because whatever is driving Ukraine closer to its membership in the European Union has a very clear ambiance, right? So we're not guided by just the process. We're not guided by procedure. We have not occasionally jumped into the enlargement process and been like in a circle of the other countries. Just 10 years ago, this day was the first day when protesters on the European Maidan in Ukraine were forcefully there was an attempt to forcefully destroy Maidan. This was the first day it started today, 10 years ago. And people were dying, wrapped in European flag. In fact, Radek was there on the European Maidan. So it's the ultimate choice of Ukrainian people. This is the war we are fighting for. And like nothing could force us unsee or unwind it. So which means that it forces Ukraine to drive the reform agenda. Like every day is the last day. It's vital for us to do it throughout the war. It was the initial, energy behind applying for EU membership, that we wanted to secure every transition and transformation we managed to accomplish since the Revolution of Dignity. So we also see a window of opportunity for enlargement, which has been endorsed by the leaders. And that brings me to a key message, that the procedures should follow the political and historical and geopolitical guidance, not on the opposite. I see that there's sometimes needed to adjust. So, but it's just the same as in the army. You have a fully capable, ready to deliver, proceed further with the accession process, and we cannot sit and wait for the post officer from European Commission to come up to Ukraine once a year saying what's to be done. This should be a dynamic process. In fact, again, we're in a 21st century where the technologies are advanced, when it's developed, when the artificial intelligence is giving a lot of opportunities for Ukraine to move faster. And in fact, I saw Mike McFall, and he helped us to work with some of the companies who help us to move faster. So the process should adjust to the momentum, not the opposite.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very clear message to Brussels. And if I may come to you, Gabriel Landsbergis, you've had the experience, of course, of being a candidate in an accession country. Would you agree with what Olga Stefanishyna just said, that it needs to be done differently and much more dynamically?
This is the first time when we are actually talking as a member of EU about the enlargement. We usually used to talk about the enlargement from the perspective as a friends from Ukraine or Georgia are talking right now. So our experience, and I was trying to think, how did we manage the transition, the transformation, and what pressed us. We understand what presses Georgia right now. We understand what presses Ukraine very, very well, under enormous duress to push on with the reforms. But what was behind our back that pushed us forward? And I remember the phrase that we used to repeat on and on, that Lithuania is not joining the European family, but is returning to. And this is the cultural deep understanding that is in our DNA, that we were torn out twice from Europe to join something else, something different, something against our will, and we willed to go back. That's this integral understanding why we need to go back. And this was the process that pushed us forward, and with the reform, because they were grueling. Even without the war, even without the lost territories, it is grueling. So you have to really explain to yourself, explain to your people why it is needed. And we managed. And obviously, and we're back with all the force that a country of 2.8 million can muster. And we're very happy that we're back. And we really, really don't want to have one more Independence Day. That would again be needed for our country. And therefore, again, now we as a country, and as a region, probably even going further, we stand so firmly behind those countries, also aspiring to return to their cultural and natural community that they truly belong to.
And a comment on the process?
The process of...
do you think, that, to put it crudely, do you think the Commission is being much too bureaucratic and the 167 tick boxes meet all the 10,000 pages of the acquis communautaire, and then maybe one day we'll let you in?
There is a point in this. I mean, first of all, what you said at the beginning, that we need a reform of the institutions, that's not necessary. The Lisbon Treaty provides us the ability to enlarge. The documents are there. There might be needed some tweaks, there might be needed some adjustments, amendments, whatever, but this should not be a major obstacle. We can enlarge and we should enlarge. Now, when it comes to the whole process, it is there for a reason. And the point that what I was trying to make, that it's possible to make those steps to overcome those grueling processes. It is possible to do that. It's not about the administrative process. It's more about political process. What Olha is saying is, if we allow ourselves to be overburdened from Brussels side, on Brussels side, overburdened by the processes, that's a geopolitical mistake of greater scale.
Thank you very much. Radek Sikorski, Poland and you personally have been amongst the very strongest supporters of Ukraine from the very beginning. But in the last few months, we've started to see some tensions, the farmers, the truckers, for example, in Poland. So tell us a bit more about how you manage that process of keeping that extraordinary Polish support for Ukraine, which is, by the way, one of the very few things on which almost all parties in Polish politics can agree since 1989, while at the same time managing those concerns that are coming from being a neighbor.
I'll come to that, but I'd like you to know that I was also the first NATO defense minister to visit Georgia. And therefore, as a friend of Georgia, I'd like you, Madam President, to know that we remember that this conference used to be attended by your predecessor, President Saakashvili, and that to many of us, he's a symbol of the modernization of Georgia. And we respect your rule of law, but we also think that his treatment is very important. It's very important that he be treated fairly, and perhaps you could contribute to his release. It would be, those who wish Georgia well would welcome it. As regards Ukraine, you're quite right. Poland received over 1 million refugees without a refugee camp into our homes. And we support strategically Ukraine. There is a sort of competition about who does the most. Our German allies say that they contribute the most. In absolute numbers, the Baltic states claim that they support militarily per capita in the greatest amounts. We claim that if you add up the help to refugees, the military stuff and the financial stuff, we do the most on per capita basis. which is a noble competition. But yes, we do have these two niggling problems to do with grain and to do with trucking. And the Deputy Prime Minister and I literally, just before walking in here, discussed this. And this is difficult because it's structural. When we decided to make Ukraine a candidate, and then we decided to open negotiations, I thought that these will be the most difficult things to negotiate, and that there would be quotas and there would be transition periods. Instead of which, out of sympathy with Ukraine and under urgent pressure of events, and the spirit was correct, we have induced those two areas, essentially admitted Ukraine into the single market without any negotiations, without any conditions, and without a transition period, and without Ukraine having to fulfill the normal criteria of standards of these trucks and the use of pesticides and so on. And the country that is paying the most immediate price of pan-European solidarity, which in general, I support. And the two particular Polish professions that pay the brunt are the farmers and the truckers. And we need to solve this so as not to cloud the overall picture of great Polish solidarity with Ukraine. And there is a solution on the horizon to both of them, which is Ukraine's victory in the Black Sea. The reason why the trucking is so vital is that Ukraine wasn't able to export its goods via the sea, and the same for grain. If we really and truly recover the control by Ukraine of Western Black Sea, it will also help to address these issues.
Thanks very much, Radek. Olga, would you like to continue your conversation with Radek on stage?
Yes, but we discussed with minister in details, and there's one thing which is for clear, and this is a major message on our side: we have to solve it. Like, there are legitimate messages on both sides. I think that the major contribution in resolving these issues has been done by Ukraine, because we secured the Black Sea, and now the grain is easily releasable through the Black Sea. We also have done our steps that we ensured the control of exports to neighboring countries. So there are some steps done, but we have to solve it, and I think we all have commitment to do this, because at the same time we really need to reinvent. We need not only to fight for our independence, but we also have to reinvent ourselves and our nations as part of the bigger union. And it's a different task. It's totally different task. And the discussion we have now on grain is part of this task right now. So it's really about mature dialogue, but we have to solve it, and we have no other option, and we'll do it.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important statement from you both. Emmanuel Bon, the French position on enlargement has, over the last 30 years, seen a remarkable evolution. I mean, to put it delicately, it would be fair to say that France was not, in the 1990s and 2000s, the most enthusiastic supporter of eastward enlargement. But just in the last couple of years, led by Emmanuel Macron, France has actually become a very emphatic supporter of enlargement. And interestingly, in a recent bit of polling by the EU Opinions outfit of the Bertelsmann Foundation, French public opinion is more in favor of Ukrainian membership of the EU than German public opinion. In Germany, it's 52 to 48 against. In France, it's 57% for. So if you could say a word about that transformation, but also about the question of what reforms of the EU itself you see as necessary to enable enlargement.
Thank you, Timothy. No, it's perfectly right. And the starting point for us as French, but probably even more for President Macron, is that the European Union is about substance. It is about, an ever closer union, as the treaties stipulate. And the reason why probably our position has so much changed on enlargement is that we believe today that enlargement can help the Union be stronger. And we believe that, in the debate between enlargement and the deepening of the Union, there are certainly things that we need to do in substance which basically help us collectively accelerate our project of an ever closer union. And why do we need this ever closer union is pretty simple, is that if we want to remain relevant as Europeans in the European Union and beyond the borders of the European Union, then we have to be more able to act together, to make ourselves respected by other players on the international stage, to be able to develop kind of more structural policies like those mentioned by President Zorabic, really about energy, defense, and you can think of a whole set of issues which are of obviously common concern or interest at the continental scale. Take migrations, take, for example, technologies, industries, and so many things that we can put in common without even asking about the question of membership. So obviously what we have promised Ukraine, Georgia, and others is membership in the European Union, and we are very serious about this. And the reason we are is that we can build on their experience, and we have a genuine interest in having them with us to develop the kind of ambitions I mentioned. So how do we make this realistic is a difficult question, because as it was said by some, historically the Union was built on a single market, and it's not that outsiders have necessarily a right to join. It is also that they have to contribute to this project of a closer union, and they have to contribute to this idea that Europe will be stronger, that we'll be stronger together. So we have to think, in substance about the policies that we can drive together. We have to make sure that we develop tailor-made kind of approaches for every country which is a candidate. There is no one-fits-all policy. You mentioned the methodology of the enlargement. We have changed this to make the procedure more relevant and avoid the kind of endless discussion that we traditionally have about chapters and the compliance of this candidate or that candidate on every point of the playbook. But anyway, we cannot just ignore, technical realities, etc. So let us work on, things which basically help candidates go into the right direction, and also beyond the EU, let us think of new kind of cooperation schemes we can develop. The President proposed that we initiate a kind of a broader discussion within the European political community. This is happening at the moment. We already had 3 sessions. We need to see how we make the conversation more relevant, more fruitful, etc. But this instrument, for example, can be very helpful to drive everybody into the same directions, address the concerns of Georgia. Ukraine, obviously, we have to build on their experience. And as the minister very rightly said, I mean, the contribution, the inspiration we get from Ukraine is important. But think of the Balkans as well. We cannot let the Balkans off the hook, if I may say, because it's not only that they have a right to join the Union, it is also that we cannot let them, open to influences which are not in the interest of the Europeans at the moment.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Someone has counted that there are 144 veto points in the process of accession as currently constructed. Multiple opportunities for vetoes, and we have at least one Prime Minister of a member state who's quite happy to threaten to veto. To what extent do you think, Emmanuel Bon, that getting more qualified majority voting is a precondition for stages of enlargement, or do you think we're over-fixated on that one particular institutional issue? Yeah, and then I'll come to Reading.
No, I think you're right. Again, I mean, the political limit is that changing the treaties would be, first, very painful, and second, not necessarily very realistic. So we have to work within the context of what we have, actual treaties, and how we operate better in the European Council, which means indeed that we have to explore the possibility, and we have this possibility for real, to extend qualified majorities to new issues and new debates, and probably we can do better with this. But it's not only about this, it is also about the format of the Commission, how we make the Commission more, political, more able to produce decisions, how we make also the European Council more functional, and how we basically think of a union which is able to incorporate not one, not two, but maybe 5, maybe 10 new members, and still be relevant, be able to produce decisions which are directly in the interest of the people. And this is a very important point, that we keep the public opinion, we keep our peoples with us. It starts with Ukraine, obviously. You mentioned the truckers and the peasants, etc. But I mean, a condition for us to continue supporting Ukraine and doing better in the field is that indeed we retain this kind of support. So we have to demonstrate our people that all we are doing in favor of Ukraine, enlargement, a better Europe, is directly in their interest.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to the audience in just 1 minute. Radek, you wanted to jump in on that.
I think veto will stay in the area of enlargement forever, actually. The Prime Minister that you mentioned is making a very good argument for dropping it in the area of sanctions. And I'm personally, and my political group, EPP, and the Polish delegation in the European Parliament is persuaded that in the area of sanctions, it shouldn't be autonomous. So we are discussing about where unanimity makes sense and where perhaps we could drop it. But the discussion will be fruitful if we, A, remember the history of this issue, and B, we're creative about it. So let's remember that before Lisbon, we had the Nice system, under which Poland, for example, had only one voice less than France or Germany in the Council, one vote less. Okay? We now have double majority. Double majority means that France and Germany acting together can very easily marshal a blocking minority, and it's almost impossible for anybody else to marshal a blocking minority. So what is the subject at hand is where we should consider it, and then what does non-unanimity mean? And non-unanimity doesn't have to mean the current double majority. It can mean one member, one vote. It can mean very large countries having 3 votes, smaller countries, smaller number of votes. The European Parliament proposed 4/5 majority, which is non-unanimity. We need a fair system that would fairly reflect the wishes of Europeans and would not give anybody an undue advantage.
Thanks very much. New thinking needed. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. If you just wait for the microphone, identify yourself, and for preference, questions rather than statements. Over here, Natalie Tocci first, and then a microphone going right over there.
I wanted to stick actually with this point concerning unanimity, and in particular unanimity within the enlargement process. And I think, Radek, you're absolutely right. Of course, when it comes to accepting a new member in the European Union, this is a treaty change, there's no way about this, right? However, coming back to Tim's point, there is nothing in the treaty that obliges us to have unanimity for the opening and closing of every accession negotiation chapter. In fact, it is something that was introduced rather recently, pushed very much by France. So I'm wondering if that procedure basically can be changed, and if perhaps France can lead the way in terms of mustering consensus within the Union now to changing that procedure.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel, a case for French leadership.
Well, I think it's not, all this basically raises very important fundamental questions. And so, the accession process is not only about conditionalities and technicalities. The way the European Council is not only about how you count votes, it's very much about how you basically build kind of a common interest. So indeed, if we have clarity about what we want for our union, we can certainly relax these kind of rules, and we can explore, better procedures and ways of doing business among ourselves. But then the key point is that you retain the kind of solid consensus that we need among European partners to basically build another Europe, which will be both deeper and enlarged. And we'll not be able to do this if we do not agree on the kind of core questions that we have to ask ourselves. And the debate is ongoing, and I cannot say that, we are all ready to go into the same direction. Brexit already happened. I cannot exclude that another European member of the EU at a point will leave the EU. And so we have to work with Europe with different circles, which is an old French idea. And probably the rules to which you refer, reflect this idea that we had initially, that you need to have a very integrated Europe and partners around who have a vocation to join but can operate in another context. No, again, before thinking of changing the rules, we have to recreate a kind of a clear sense of direction and make sure that we are able to pull everybody into the same direction. I think this is the right orders of questions we have to ask ourselves.
Thank you very much. I think we've got so many questions. I'm going to group a few questions and then come back to the panel. So over here, and if we'd have a microphone for this lady here afterwards.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Gunter Kriechbaum. I'm spokesman of the Christian Democratic Party in the German Bundestag. I have a question to Monsieur Bonn and to Mr. Sikorski. We have to observe since a long time that the country which is already member in European Union is blackmailing almost and always the neighbor countries for bilateral reasons. We had to observe it also in the case of Northern Macedonia last time, and only for bilateral reasons. Could you imagine to find a mechanism in the European Council to qualify a dispute with a majority, qualified majority or another sense of majority, to qualify this dispute if it is a bilateral one, then to open the way to an arbitration court, or if it is really a European one. And this question has to be decided with a majority. And if it is really a European one, then it has to be decided on the European level. Otherwise, we will not solve these blockades. And this, I think, could be a path to solve a problem which we have to observe since a very long time.
Thank you very much. That's such a pertinent question. I think I'll go straight to you, if I may, Emmanuel, and then Radek to give a quick response.
No, I think the question is not only important, but very relevant in the sense that it reflects a reality in the EU today that part of the members or part of partners basically consider the EU as an international organization in which you have certain rights and you're entitled to draw certain benefits from your membership. And so those ones are probably less hesitant to indeed blackmail the others or basically, leverage all the kind of influence they can have through procedures to maximize their bilateral interest, which is not necessarily acceptable in the vision of others like France, who again fundamentally believe that the union is a political project. And this is a debate that we need to have. I mean, we will continue to strongly argue that enlargement is to the benefit of a deeper union, but in this context, indeed, we have to explore these kind of rules. And those who are not able to play by those rules probably need to work within another context than the one we want for our union, which is, again, able to incorporate a better collective interest.
Thank you. Radek, did you want to comment briefly on that?
The problem is real, but these games are played not only in the context of enlargement.
Yeah.
They are played in all contexts. And countries use excuses, countries hide behind other countries, you know what happens. We do need solutions. I'm not sure your ones would work because people would then have pretexts on supposedly European issues. We in Poland haven't yet had our internal discussion about what our attitude to the various reform proposals are, but we will, and then I'll be ready for a discussion with our German allies.
Thanks very much. I'm going to take 2 or 3 last questions. First of all, this lady here.
Thank you very much, Marie Tadeo, correspondent. The French president is not here, but Emmanuel, you are. So 2 days ago, he gave a press conference in which he said, or talked about regime. He said that Russia has now entered a stage that is more dangerous, more aggressive, harsher. This has been interpreted, and there has been a lot of commentary that this is a departure from the language previously from the president. It may lead to a new doctrine, that this is something new. Can you tell us what the thinking is in Paris, and will this lead to something new, perhaps?
If you'd like to hold that for a moment, and we'll take a couple more. There was a gentleman here, if we could have a microphone over there, and then near the back there.
Thank you. Michael Gahler from the European Parliament. I'm happy to see former colleagues on the center stage. On the voting mode, I hear interesting discussions from candidate sources who say, well, when I follow these debates on unanimity or qualified majority voting, for my country, I need EU membership first and not the veto on foreign affairs issues. So if I had to choose, I would even in the accession treaty subscribe, I'm not using this veto if your argument is we cannot enlarge because there are additional veto comers, so to say. So that my question in this regard, wouldn't that be a way on the one hand to allow people, to allow countries who accede to renounce with the accession treaty, to renounce the right for a veto in specific areas, and those countries, and we have big ones who are in favor of QMV and small ones in favor, and the other way around. And all those who are already inside, that they unilaterally say, I renounce this vote, which doesn't make me powerless, because the only thing I have to organize is a qualified minority to get my position through. So more creativity is my question in this regard. Making use of pastoral clauses, all fine, but I think such discussions that are positive in candidate countries should be taken up and used constructively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we get a microphone to the gentleman on the aisle there.
Rika Josviak, journalist, Radio Free Europe. I feel we're skirting around this topic a bit about vetoes, but I'd like to have a clear answer, please, here. Do you need unanimity or not to get rid of the unanimity rule when it comes to opening, closing chapters and interim chapters? I think we owe our Georgian and Ukrainian friends a clear answer on that. Passerelle clauses or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got 5 more minutes. We have 5 speakers, so each speaker now has 1 minute in which to respond to questions and say anything else they'd like to say. If I could start at the other end, we'll go in reverse order.
Well, just to answer the question, I think what the president meant is that we have seen a level of Russian aggressivity over 2 years, which has only increased. And not only against Ukraine, obviously, but against us also very directly. We had a ministerial Weimar meeting recently, and we disclosed with our Polish and German friends, some of the activities, disinformation, cyber activities that Russia is developing directly against us in our public opinion, in the cyberspace. So this is an element which basically leads us to the conclusion that what we said at the very beginning of the war of aggression, that Ukraine in a sense will fight with our support, has to be revisited because, the political value of what is happening in Ukraine today has changed in the sense that a lot of the European destiny is incorporated in what is happening today, and therefore the Ukrainians are are making. So that's why, basically, in a nutshell, the message of the president was that we have to acknowledge that the Russian threat is also for us, and we have to be up to this fight. And the indictment of the Estonian prime minister by a Russian prosecutor is another evidence of this, and there are probably many other examples I could cite.
Thanks very much. Ready.
I don't have a view yet on where unanimity should come in the enlargement process, in the negotiations of the enlargement process. But Michael, if you remember, we had a view in the discussion on the conference on the future of Europe about how unanimity could work in the area of defense. If we have this rapid reaction force, and we should, if memory serves, the idea was that a decision to use it in the Council would be taken unanimously, but then the management or the extension of the mission could be done by a majority vote. That sounded to me like a sensible compromise.
Thanks.
Well, when it comes to enlargement unanimity, I think that there are options, for example, to combine the votes so that we would not have a daunting task of 140 plus votes of unanimity in front of us, but if they're bundled together, so they're more clear and more important, and I think less fragile. So that means that we would have less pressure on them because everybody would be focused on them and very well understood what is going to happen. Secondly, the unanimity is being weaponized, and we're seeing that. And you mentioned a couple of cases, but there are additional ones, such as Schengen, against certain countries who would like to join Schengen zone. They're unable. And I think that if we will be seeing more and more of that, the frustration alone will push us to adopt certain amendments and get closer to the qualified majority rather than stick to unanimity. We will get there, because if we weaponize it, there will have to be an answer.
Thanks very much. Olga.
Probably just two messages on my side, as I'm the person who really digged into the negotiations, and I mean, with all the technicalities. Thank you, France, for the methodology of enlargement. There are a lot of interesting things to see, but probably a couple of messages on my side. First, in fact, it's Ukraine and the support of the member states to grant Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova a membership perspective, which basically unpacked the enlargement and made it real. So it has become real not so long ago. And definitely next European Commission, after the elections, whatever the composition of that commission would be the Commission of Enlargement. And everything which would feed the purpose of making it successful should be done. And there's so much focus on unanimity and the decision-making process. In fact, enlargement procedures should be filtered, and should be filtered from the perspective that a number of decisions taken by the member states at different levels should be cut. In fact, why would member states decide whether open the negotiations on a specific area or not, if it's a technical process while the political decision has been taken? Okay, why would there be legal obligation to set preconditions for starting something? A legal preconditions to start talking to member states to start something. So this is the legal format. It's not possible at all. So Ukraine has to invent another rule of law reforms just to be able to start talking about possibility to start something. You know, we cannot reinvent everything we've already done. So it should be seriously filtered to feed the purpose and the momentum of enlargement. And I feel that basically if there any historical period we can compare ourselves is the beginning of 2000s, There was a strategic geopolitical decision that Europe will become broader. It wasn't an easy process for Lithuania, for Poland. We know it as well. Thank you for the expertise you share, and the procedures should adjust. And basically, it's not about unanimity can help in the decisions where it is needed to have a decision at the level of the member states, but it's not necessarily needed. And probably second very short thing on my side, the first thing I heard from my president when we were granted the candidate status, we had a follow-up meeting next day, right? And he said, we should use this momentum to accomplish every possible transformation in this country while the war is raging on. Because after the victory, we would have totally different agenda. That's what EU is for us. And everything we can do to fit this purpose, to make the reforms in Ukraine happen, will work. And it is what is merit-based. We are capable to deliver, we will deliver, and we hope the system will be able to adjust to that.
Thank you very much. President Zurabishvili, you have the last word.
Yeah, I'll share that it's a momentum for change. What I want to say is that after listening to you, I'm confident that somewhere you will find the imagination, the creativity to solve the issues that are very real issues of unanimity, procedures, what is first and what is last. But what I want to say is that enlargement for us is existential. It's not a question of procedure, a question of liking or not liking. There is no choice. And what I want to share with you is that enlargement for you too is existential today. Because if you take the global picture, you see what I think that sometimes we tend to forget, that not only Russia has invaded Ukraine and is threatening all of our countries with cyber attacks, with hybrid warfare, but it's now going to anti-satellite warfare, which might threaten communications and the whole logistic of our countries. So I think that there has to be some fuel into the imagination that is put to solve these issues. We should do more internally, and I'm talking for Georgia, to speed up the reforms, but nothing will change the fact that we together have no other alternative but to be together, to be united, to be more democratic, and to stand up to what is today an alliance of autocracies that are fueling terrorism, cyber attacks. Every threat that is coming from the same direction. So let's look at this picture, which is for Munich, I think, the picture that we need to see so that we do not hide behind some comfort.
Thank you for that splendid last word. 3 conclusions. First of all, we need a more dynamic, flexible, imaginative and urgent way of doing this. Secondly, the discussion about enlargement is not just about enlargement, it's about the entire future of the EU, what the EU is going to be and wants to be. And thirdly, and this I think is so interesting, it is inseparable from the outcome of the war. I mean, the discussion about Ukrainian grain showed that, and your remarks about the Black Sea, including the Black Sea. So it does come back to the question which has been the dominant theme of this Munich Security Conference. Please join me in thanking our speakers for an excellent discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome freelance correspondent for Europe, Maria Tadeo.
Thank you very much for being with us on the Sunday for this panel. Of course, we're going to talk about the strategic priorities for the European Union. And to set the scene, I'm very happy and pleased to say the High Representative is with us, Josep Borrell, and the stage, of course, is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you and good morning. Well, the new geopolitical agenda. If 50 months ago, when I took office, someone had called me, which is your new geopolitical agenda? For sure, I wouldn't have said, I'm going to have a pandemic, I'm going to have a war in Ukraine, I'm going to have a war in Gaza. Nothing of that was foreseen. So what's it going to be the new? I don't know. But let's talk about what we already have in face of us. Agenda is being shaped by events, and the most important events today are related to three geographical issues, which are Ukraine, Gaza, and the Global South, and a functional issue, a structural issue, which is defense. On the three geographical challenges, the first one, in Ukraine, we have to face three challenges. First, we have to continue supporting Ukraine militarily and economically more and quicker. We have to be aware that there is a long and high intensity war where casualties are rising on both sides and where technology is shaping at an incredible speed the outcome of the war. I was in Ukraine, in Kyiv, some days ago. I could visit the drones factories, and sure, the future of this war will be shaped by drones and particularly by the massive introduction of artificial intelligence in the battlefield. It's going to be a new kind of war, which allies all kinds of war, tranches of the First World War, with artificial intelligence of the Stars War. And I will draw the attention of our European ministers to that crucial issue. We talk about ammunition, and it's clear that the classical gun ammunition is something that is very much important. President Zelensky talked about it, and we have to do more and quicker on that. And it's not because we lack capacity. What we lack is funding. But we have to look ahead at the new parameters of war. Second, we have to increase and provide Ukraine with security commitments. Member states are doing, we are trying to do too, but the most important security commitment for Ukraine is membership. And this is a commitment that we took with respect to Ukraine. It will be a different Europe with Ukraine inside. It has put the whole adhesion process in movement, and we have to remain engaged on that commitment. And the third one is to prepare ourselves for a long peace. So the message is clear. We have a Russian problem ahead of us, and for us it's a huge challenge. And for that, our military effort has to be sustained in cooperation with key partners like US, but we have to consider different scenarios about how much engaged will US be on the European security. On the Middle East, we need to promote a political solution, a comprehensive one, which includes not only Gaza, but also the West Bank. We have been talking a lot, well, not so much about the situation in the Middle East, and I am surprised because everybody talks about ending the war in Gaza. Yes, we have to end the war in Gaza, but nobody has talked a lot about the West Bank. And the West Bank is the real obstacle for the two-state solution. The West Bank is boiling. The level of violence against the Palestinians has been increasing since the 7th of October. It was already very high before that. And if now UNRWA has to stop supporting the Palestinian people in the West Bank, we could be on the eve of a greater explosion. The question is there a political space for Europe to support a two-state solution? I think it is. But for that, we need to be more united. If we want to play a geopolitical role on this issue, we have to be more united, as we have been in the case of Ukraine, where with maybe the exception of a single country, our unity has been remarkable. But here I see that there is a dispersion of approaches, and many member states want to play their own game. We have to have the US more than on board, but we have to support the Arab initiative. We have been discussing a lot with the Arabs, and we wait for a proposal from their side that we Europeans, we could support in order to make this two-state solution something implementable. We have been talking about it for 30 years, but not doing, I wouldn't say nothing, but almost nothing to make it a reality. And without it, it will not be peace in the Middle East. Without a clear prospect for the Palestinian people, it will not be peace in the Middle East, and the security of Israel will not be ensured just by military means. And the Global South, the third one, they have its own dynamic. But no doubt, the war in Ukraine and in Gaza has increased tremendously the political space of the Global South vis-à-vis to us. And we have to avoid the rest against the West. For Russia, this new geopolitical scenario has increased dramatically its stance since the beginning of the war in Gaza. And they are really taking good advantage of our mistakes. The blame about double standards is something that we need to address, and not only with nice words. It's clear that the wind is blowing against the West. It's blowing against us. And we have to win the battle of narrative. On the Middle East, on Ukraine, both wars are different reasons, different causes, but they are wars for the territory. We were told that the geography doesn't matter anymore. Yes, it matters. These wars are two classical wars for people fighting for the land. Many topics will emerge, but about these three challenges we will discuss. A single word about security and defense. 2 years ago, we launched the strategic compass, and I said Europe is in danger. Nobody paid a lot of attention. Now everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about security and defense commissioners, defense structures, defense procurements, defense industry, rightly so. It's not too soon. We have been in a long period of silent disarmament in Europe. Silent, little by little. We have been losing military capacity. Our industry has been decreasing its capacity. Now it's increasing. In 1 year, 40% more. Not enough, but well, at least we are in the better pace. We are not going to be able to play a geopolitical role if we are not able to defend ourselves. And this starts by industry. Industry of defense is something important, but different of defense. Defense is an exclusive competence of member states. It's the member state who has an army. It's the member state who has the defense capacity. And we have to make them to work together better in order to have more interoperability and more coordination. And the capacity to launch missions altogether, not to have a European army, but being able to mobilize our, in plural, armies in order to face the challenges when we can do better together. During my mandate, I launched seven civilian and military missions of the common security and defense policy. My predecessor launched only one. Next Monday, we will launch another one to the Red Sea in order to give security to the navigation in these areas. So if we want to be a geopolitical player, we have to have the means. And the means starts by having a strong defense capacity, and it starts by having a strong defense industrial capacity. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to the High Representative, Mr. Borrell, for this scene setter. The conversation continues. I now want to invite on stage Ivica Selina, who is the Prime Minister of Latvia. I also want to invite on stage Magdalena Andersson, the former Swedish Prime Minister, the head of the Social Democrats also. And last but not least, Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, member of the FDP, member of the Bundestag, who will also lead them into the European elections. Well, thank you for the four of you. And my first question is to Mr. Borrell. You had a very, very challenging term. I'm not sure if that was what you expected when you took the job, but you also laid out the vision and the many challenges still to come. Do you believe the EU will have the capabilities, the funding, the political will to be able to be credible in all of these issues?
Well, the important thing is what I believe. It's not a matter of beliefs. It's a matter of having the will. And my job has been, and it will continue being for still 10 more months, is to make the member states to understand that they have to act together, quicker and better. The three key words: together, quicker and better. If they don't act together, they will be weaker. But in order to work together, it takes too long. In order to make them to work together, it has to be procedures to be followed, unanimity to be reached, and all that takes time. So we have at the same time to be able to put the funding, to put the will, to change the procedures, and to understand that we are, and I don't think we understand, in a war situation. I don't think people at the highest political level, the intermediate level, and the public opinion understands that we are in a situation that requires a completely different mode, an approach that is not just, yes, we will do, but let's see next Foreign Affairs Council, next month. No, in 3 months, things will be decided in the battlefield. We cannot wait for, let's see what's happening in the European elections, let's see, still not there, we want to know more details. This is for another dimension of politics. In the current situation, people have to be much more agile, much more committed, much more to the point. We have a lot of strategies, but we don't have a lot of action.
Can I ask you a very quick follow-up question? In your presentation, you said if you can't defend yourself, you're not credible. You also said there's a lot of talk about perhaps a defense commissioner. What you say now is that you need to go even beyond that. It's a change of the mindset. But do you believe a defense commissioner would be a good thing?
As I said before, defense is an exclusive competence of the member states. Would you understand to have a commissioner for foreign policy of the European Union? No. Why? Because foreign policy is a competence of the member states. But what I think is good to have is more action on the side of defense industry. And that it is the competence of the Commission. Because industry is a sector of the economic activity, is a sector of the industry which has been marginalized. Until very little, our banks were saying, no, we cannot fund a defense project. Well, we cannot fund a defense project, are you crazy? So yes, we need to pay more attention from the Commission to the issue of defense industry. But don't simplify the words. One thing is defense industry, and another thing is defense. Defense industry, for sure. Defense alone will be against the treaty.
Well, thank you for that. Now a question for Madame Selina. The Baltics, especially since the war started, you may be small in size, but your voice has grown hugely in the political debate in the EU. Strategically, what do you plan on doing with that new voice and this new power?
We have raised our voice saying to Europe that we have to be fit. We are in Olympic Games every day, but to participate we have to be really prepared and we have to be fit and quick, because we understand that by neighbor Russia and other neighbors which other countries can see, we cannot just wait for another policy to be made. And what already Mr. Borrell said, military industry is one part of it. But to have military industry to be capable of different amounts of manufacturing, we need to have a strong political will, which can be said soon enough for the industry to be prepared to manufacture more, because we need to enlarge and to ensure that our deterrence is very, very strong, because we need to be strong internally to act globally. Otherwise, we can lose ourselves in many discussions, but we can lose ourselves also in timing if we will not be fit soon enough. That's why we can just lead by example. Latvia has now spending 2.4% of GDP to our defense budget, and we are planning to spend 3% of our GDP. And this is a strong message to other EU and NATO countries that we can see living in a borderline of European Union and as well NATO borderline, that we need to act very quickly because we as politicians need to safeguard our citizens, and defense is like an umbrella over other policies like welfare, social affairs, other needs, because no one wants to spend on military. We always want to show people that we can spend more on social issues, pensions, health, education, business, but without this umbrella over our heads, we will not be succeeding also in economics and in international trade.
And can I ask you very briefly, how do you perceive the Russian threat at this point? Because yesterday, Kaja Kallas was here, and she said the Baltics were not second-tier NATO members. And the way that we may perceive this threat may be different to other countries, but you have to listen. How do you perceive it?
We are part of NATO. This threat is not just to Baltics, it's a threat to all of NATO countries. It is a threat to all European countries. And nevertheless, some countries are much deeper inside the continent. It is our foreign policy what says every centimeter of our territory has been protected by NATO. And as well within Europe, it doesn't change anything if other countries within Europe think that this is only Baltic problem. This is not just problem of Baltics. How can Europe be a strong player internationally if we cannot react strongly inside Europe with being prepared for those threats for Baltic states? And I believe this is very important message to think about it. Defense Commissioner, I believe it will be on our table for politicians. Otherwise, it will be very hard for us to coordinate the messages. And we still need strong foreign policy, but I believe in Europe we as well need very strong defense policy. And with Commissioner in Defense, I believe we can succeed more.
Well, thank you for that. And a question for Magdalena Andersson. You were right at the start when Sweden made a huge change in foreign policy when it comes to NATO. Your country now, it seems, is now really moving closer to finally enter, and it has been delayed, and it has been problematic. But I wonder, do you believe now the Hungarians will do what they say they will now and vote this through, but also, more importantly, beyond the Hungarian vote, how will the Nordic security pillar change and improve, I presume, European security in your view?
Thank you. And of course, we have been waiting and waiting and waiting for the last two countries to ratify. And I would also start by saying we're very grateful to all the support we got from NATO countries, from our friends during this process, and also the security guarantees that we got from United States, Germany, France, UK, and many other NATO countries. This has been very important, of course, for us during this process. And now Turkey finally ratified, and now we're waiting for Hungary. And I mean, Hungary is a member of the European Union. We are friends. We work close together. There is a solidarity clause also within the European Treaty. So we hope and expect them to ratify once the Hungarian parliament opens in February 26. Of course, I mean, it is important for us to be part of NATO, to have the security guarantees that you do have in NATO, but we also want to contribute to NATO. We want the Swedish military, our defense capabilities, to actually become a security provider for NATO. And of course, Sweden and Finland together, we have our air and sea capabilities. They have lots of boots on the grounds. Together, I really hope that we can provide to increase security for NATO. And of course, with all Nordic countries as part of NATO, NATO will be much stronger in the northern part of Europe. And this will be important because, as Josep, as you said, we are likely to have an antagonistic neighbor in Russia for a foreseeable future, and having a strong NATO within the Baltic Sea and in the northern part of Europe will be important. But most important of all is maybe what you said. We need to ramp up weapons and ammunition production in Europe. It's essential. You said it as well, Josep. We can talk about defense commissioners and lots of other things, but we have to act now when it comes to weapons and ammunition production. Things have done, it has happened things during the last 2 years. They are very good, but we have to do much, much, much more, because we cannot let Russia win this war in Ukraine.
And am I to understand when you say this talk around the defense commissioner, the portfolio, what you say it's not relevant unless we show now that we can act on it? It would be empty talk if you're not able to back it up.
Well, I mean, we can discuss a defense commissioner or not a defense commissioner. The most important thing right now is to make sure that the Ukrainian soldiers have the ammunition they need to fight the Russians. That's what we should be focusing on.
Well, thank you for that.
And I think in order for that to happen, we have to do more also we can just not expect our industry to do it. I mean, Russia has turned their economy into a war economy. We have to do more, like financial guarantees for companies coming from the countries of the European Union.
Look, let's be practical and concrete. The European Defence Agency, which already exists, we don't have to wait for 1 year to create a new structure, has already created 60 frameworks for the member states to go to the industry and to put orders to buy ammunition. So don't invent the wheel every day. There are 60 frameworks. If you want to buy more ammunition for Ukraine, you can use one of them. If the member states who are really willing to buy more ammunition for Ukraine, they have the way of doing that in a cooperative manner, in a joint procurement manner. Everybody talks about it. It already exists. 60 frameworks for joint procurements for the address to the industry. And the industrial side says, I have the capacity. What I like is orders.
I agree with you. I mean, the European Union has done a lot of things. I think member states could do more. I have proposed that Sweden should do more, for instance.
Well, thank you for this exchange. Thank you, Mr. Burr, for that. And now I do want to go to Frau Strack-Zimmermann. None of this will happen unless Germany is on board. That is very clear. There has been a lot of talk that perhaps coalition politics make decision-making slow, that maybe Berlin is distracted. I wonder, how do you see this role for Germany playing out?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, if I answered your question about Germany, Mr. Borrell, it's a second war, the second attack from Russia to Ukraine. And you know the European Union better than I do. But you know, we are talking about things, there are structures and everything will be fine, but we have to be faster. You know, what the hell did the EU the last years? I'm really astonished about it. We need foreign policy, common foreign policy. We need really a politic talking about security. We have this huge problem of taxonomy. I mean, it's not your fault, but the president of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, she was Minister of Defense for 6 years. She knows this really well. And we are talking in the European Union about sustainability. And if it's really sustainable, if we have weapons, if we have ammunition. So we have to stop this taxonomy definition. Otherwise, we have no chance to do anything with the industry, with people who will pay for it, first of all. Then it's true. First of all, we need ammunition to help Ukraine. But the structures to have a committee of defense, not a sub-committee. Of course, we need a commissioner. We need somebody who is really affected only to concentrate to the question of security in the European Union. Otherwise, we have no chance to make, in a very nice way, pressure to all countries. Because for us, for every country, it's really very important what could we do now, not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow. And now to answer your question. Yes, of course we have discussion in Germany. I mean, we are a democracy and we have discussion with 3 parties. But anyway, we did really a lot. We have the hard discussion about the Taurus, and we will continue to have this discussion because we could see 2 days ago Navalny was killed in Russia, and I would say, my colleagues and me of the Liberal Party would say, the right answer is to tell Putin, now we will send everything what we have, even also this Taurus. That's my and our opinion. So, but anyway, the truth is that Germany, we have always in Germany many discussions, it's very German, and if we do something, we do it very in a German way. So I could tell you that our army and everybody who is responsible to deliver weapons, really the best weapons we could deliver, we did it. And I know that Ukraine, I would talk to our colleagues in France, in Italy, name it, that every country has to do more in the European Union. It's not a question of bilateral. It's a question to do it together. And yes, Germany, if you compare it with other countries, we could do more, and we will do it, and it's absolutely no doubt. And I think we could go forward with other countries, but I think we are on the good way. But anyway, we have to be faster, faster, faster. There's definitely no doubt about it.
Can I ask you, if you allow me, very briefly, you mentioned the Taurus for Ukraine. Many here believe the best sign of leadership for Germany would be to send them. The German Chancellor was here yesterday. He did not give any indication in terms of a timeline. When is this going to get finally pushed over the line? Are you confident it can happen?
Stop the TV show. We're looking forward. Yes, we have discussion about it. And I have no, you know, it's hard for me to explain why the Chancellor didn't say, come on, let's do it. But I could promise you that we will continue this discussion because, you know, it's a very important sign to cut the delivery system of the Russian army. And we know where it is, and we know we have to do it. And of course, discussion, it's right that I tell you again, 2 days ago, the death of Navalny, just in this moment, when we come together on this conference, you know, it's a sign, and we have to react to say, okay, we understand, and now we have to do it.
There will be questions from the audience, but I will do a final question for Mr. Borrell. And we have to talk about the Middle East. And some say, in this case, it's not just the values, but almost the soul of the European Union, depending on the response. The president of Israel was here, and he said, this is an existential question for us. And the goal is unchanged. We have to destroy Hamas. There is talk of a military operation in Rafah. How do you go about this? It's a very delicate question, but what does your instinct say?
Allow me to say first that maybe we should put into value what we have done for Ukraine. We can be self-criticism, but please, please don't dismiss what we have done for Ukraine. The unity has been remarkable. We mobilized the European Peace Facility for the first time in our history to provide arms to a country at war. We have spent from our pockets, bilateral and member states, 28 billion of military support to Ukraine. And civilian plus military, it reaches 90 billion, more than the US. So I am ready to be self-criticism, and I don't want to say one country does more than other. But my job is to try to make them to work together and to put into value what we do. And yes, we have to agree that we have been hesitating maybe too much, too many times. 2 years ago, here, we were ready to give helmets. Now we are giving F-16, but 2 years later. And every time we discuss about giving a new type of arms, someone was hesitating. Oh, no, come on. We are not going to give them Leopards. It will be an escalation in the war. At the end, we give Leopards. Oh, no, we are not going to give them Patriots. It will be an escalation of the war. At the end, we give Patriots. Oh, no, we are not going to give them fighters. At the end, we are going to give fighters. Had we taken this decision quicker, maybe the war would have been different. But in spite of all, I think we have done a lot to support Ukraine. My only call is to do more and quicker, but not to dismiss what we have already done. About Gaza.
But it's not enough, sir. It's not enough.
Have I said it enough?
No. And it's 10 minutes ago, you said we need more time, we need more time because we have no time. I think there is no doubt. So we have to be very clear and very fast.
Be as much as you can. I will accompany you. So about Gaza, look, Hamas is an idea, and you don't kill an idea. The only way of killing an idea is to propose a better one. It's a bad idea, but it's an idea. Many years ago, they said that we're going to destroy Hezbollah. Hezbollah is still there. So I don't think that you can kill an idea. You have to provide an alternative, which is better. And certainly the only alternative is not to destroy Israel, as Hamas wants to do, but to make Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and common security. And this will not be reached only by military means. I've been repeating once and again. It will not be reached only by military means, and that's what I start my talk saying. We need an overall political solution to the conflict.
And how much do you worry about potentially this operation that will happen in Rafah? This seems as the next...
I issued a statement a couple of days ago that unhappily was not able to reach unanimity because one country was missing. But I issued a statement saying that we strongly call to Israel to avoid the military actions against a highly dense populated area. This is Rafah, where 1 almost 2 million people are being pushed against the wall. So I don't think this has to happen. But look, everybody's asking for it. Everybody.
Well, thank you for that. And now we will take questions from the audience, and there's many. Perhaps we start with.
Risa Lutsevich, I'm the head of Ukraine program in Chatham House in London. First, I would like to thank Mr. Borrell for his speech he gave in Ukrainian parliament. And you said something very important that I want everybody to hear, is that you said it's time to change the paradigm. I think the problem is not just that the capacity of funding, is because the paradigm for this war was wrong. You said we must do whatever it takes for Ukraine to win, rather than how long it takes. And I would like you to maybe repeat that here to this audience, what it takes from all those people here. Because, I mean, Ukrainians feeling, and I am originally from Ukraine, they are like this Kakhovka dam that may be detonated, and then Europe will be flooded, and then every inch of Ukrainian land, like Avdiivka yesterday, becomes your problem, not Ukraine's problem. You know, and I think, I agree with you that there is a sense of urgency, but I think we have politically to set right objectives. So thank you very much for urging to change that paradigm.
We will perhaps put them, yes.
Thank you. Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. First of all, I want to thank all of you. Last time we met with Mr. Borrell was train to Kiev. Maybe it's time just to say clearly, we need to defeat Russia. Not anything else, to defeat Russia. Because when you're saying we did a lot, yes, you did a lot, but I just will give an analogy. Somebody, criminal, is knifing a victim. Victim is bleeding. You're standing, he is saying, I will stand with you. I will put bandages on all your wounds. You're putting 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. But maybe it's time just to stop the criminal and to take the knife from criminal and to put it to the prison. Thank you.
Is the West scared of a Russian defeat? That's what he says, basically.
I don't think the West is scared, but I believe they don't know how the Russia will react. And for us, we share the same historical views with Ukrainians, and we know that Russia will be defeated only when we will show our strength, our capabilities to react, our capabilities to be strong military, and any diplomatic disputes will not be the ones who will resolve the situation with Ukraine. So I believe we really need to be more faster, bolder in our decisions. And yes, I agree that those decisions we made to start the accession and enlargement with Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia, on these decisions politically made were bold enough, because next decision was financial aid to Ukraine, which was very much needed. And yes, we have done a lot, but still we are discussing what we still need, because Russia is not losing enough and Ukraine is not winning enough. That's why we are looking how we can change our probably mindsets, and I agree, paradigms, which has been on the table recent years, that we are losing our military capabilities, that we could say politically, yes, to industries, do more. We will not change our mindset in next year, and that's probably the message I, as a politician, must say to my country and to European countries as well.
The long contracts. We have a question from Natalie.
Thank you very much for what you just said. Yes, we did a lot, and I have to praise Josep Borrell for pushing hard from the first day with the European Peace Facility. But no, we are not doing enough. So nice words is one thing, but solutions is more important. So my suggestion would be to focus on unlocking where we are blocked now. And where we are blocked now is cash, is money. And our industry needs orders. and our governments are not giving as much orders as are needed for Ukraine. We know it, because our budget ministers tell us, well, debt, well, deficits, oh my God, we don't want to do it. So my question would go both to Josep Borrell and Marie-Agnes Strack-Zimmermann. Are you ready to support a common European debt for our own defense and for arming Ukraine? We have been able to do it for a virus. We should be able to do it for an existential threat. Are you ready to support a new mandate for the European Investment Bank so that it can invest in defense? We have been discussing it for years. What are we waiting for? It's good to talk about taxonomy, but taxonomy is part of the problem and it should be solved. But the biggest issue is to get cash now so that we can live up to our promises.
Good.
Yes. Okay. It's not a question that we have not enough money. It's a question how we use the money. And security is the first thing. Without a secure house, nothing else would be important. And so it's not a question to discuss this. It's a question of willing to do it. And I'm sure we will find a way. And if I could see how much money you use for several things in EU, and I say we have to start with security, and then we could discuss all for the other things.
I think you're so right. It's not like Europe is lacking money. It's about our priorities. And we have to put this as #1 priority. And we don't have to do it on the European level. I mean, we have budgets in our member states. Yes. We can use the money in our budgets. I was Minister of Finance for 7 years. You can reprioritize. You can raise taxes, because this is existential. And we can sit hours in Europe to discuss if we should have some kind of borrowing facilities to support, to make orders to our defense industry. Or we just go home to our ministries of finance and make sure that we get the money, get the money there, because it is possible, and just put on the orders. And you don't have to pay them right now, so you can take it in next year's budget or the year after that if you make a financial guarantee to the companies. It is possible to do. So I just wished all ministers of finance and the prime ministers in all EU countries that have any kind of a defense industry go home, make the orders, and set the production going.
And in Germany we did it. Our finance minister is very clear in this question, just for you to know.
Thank you for this. We're over time, but there are 2 more questions. If you allow me, I will take them.
Thanks a lot. My name is Lisa Jasko, member of Ukraine Parliament, and I want to ask you a question about Europe. We in Ukraine are very much worried about Europe. For many, many years, all our revolutions are about Europe, about European identity. But when I'm in Europe, I'm very scared that there is no strategy to preserve stability of Europe and European identity. And Russia, while we are talking here, is using the time to undermine the stability inside many European countries and to spread disinformation. My question is, what is the timeline, the time frame and the strategy to tackle this very big threat? Because we don't have time in that as well. They're telling stories in Africa and Latin America, telling their stories of the war, of their reality, while we are discussing about the future, but without exact time frame. Thank you.
Well, thank you, very nice panel. No, we have witnessed since time to time European Union member state not very united and a very split voice. Not only internal issues European Union and also external issue and some crisis, international crisis, and the Israel-Hamas crisis and the Ukraine-Russian war, even, particularly foreign policy, not very united. We have witnessed time to time United Nations Human Rights Council, even sometimes European Union had very difficult to make very simple statement about the human rights issue. We believe, and the rule of law, human rights, protects human rights, democracy is basic fundamental funding principle of the European Union. But no, some member state and really very cooperative authoritarian country like Russia, China, and China, Russia really trying to split the European Union. Democratic voice. Sometimes we have witnessed not democratic nations, voice very splitted, but authoritarian regime very united, unfortunately. So do you believe in the long term, European Union is a reliable institution to support and the democracy and to protect its human rights?
Mr. Borrell, do you want to take this one?
Well, I want to answer all questions because I am related with all questions. And allow me to say that I want to stress, and I said, and I will continue saying, that Europe has to increase its defense capacities on the broader sense of the word defense. Defense is not only military, it is mainly military, but it's not only that. There is a fight for the land, and there is a fight for the spirit, for the mind of the people. And there is, yes, a fight about who tells what and who believes to whom. And we are fighting this war also. We have created structures in order to debunk the lies that were being widespread by the Russian propaganda. We know that there is something called foreign interference and manipulation. We fight against it, and we have teams devoted, allocating resources, human resources, and people on Africa, on the Balkans, where the Russia aggression towards the mind of the people is very much stronger. So thank you for remembering. We are doing, and we are perfectly aware that Russia is fighting a war against us, which is not only bombing with shells, is a war of narrative. I use this sentence, we are fighting a war of narrative, on the second month of my mandate. We are fighting a war of narrative. And the ones who will win the war of narrative will be much ready to win the other war. And we are going to have electoral process in Europe in some months. And then public opinion will have to know and to decide how much support they want to give to Ukraine.
Yes, you did.
And human rights, yes, certainly. We are one of the biggest supporters and defenders of human rights around the world. Nobody is doing more than us. No, nobody is doing more than us. Maybe you don't believe me, but tell me who is doing more than us to defend human rights in the world. We can be criticized for many things. We are not perfect. We certainly lack many occasions of being more vocal when human rights are being violated. I think the European Union is doing a lot to support democracy and human rights around the world.
I'm being told we have to leave it here, but I do want to take a final quick word. It's a good discussion, that's why we've gone a little bit longer, but let's do it.
Someone asked, what is the time schedule for Europe to beat Russia? The time schedule is now. We're doing it now, because we know that Russia is using its propaganda, and it's a battle for people's minds. So we have to understand that we cannot time any longer. And about United Nations, Europe is a democratic organization. I believe it is okay sometimes when we have different opinions, but it is at utmost important that on main strategies, on our main priorities, we can stay united, and we can show it with Ukraine. I remember all over the last UCOs, when leaders meet at the European Committee, we always speak about Ukraine, how we can help Ukraine, how we can beat Russia. So it is on our agenda, but probably what we need a new strategy, because we have made some of our decisions. But what we need to do next, it's next steps, how we beat Russia even more. So I don't agree with you that democratic states lose their power. This is just what propaganda wants us to think, that we lose, but we are not losing. we're still winning.
Thank you for that.
There is no question that the reason we have been able to react so strongly and quickly against the war in Ukraine was the fact that we were able to unite in an unprecedented speed, both when it comes to sanctions and support for Ukraine. And of course, that also means that there are forces within the European Union and outside the European Union to really try to erode that unity. And we have to be very aware of these threats, both, not at least, when it comes to the election in the European Parliament. I mean, it's rather obvious that Russia will be spreading disinformation and being very active to persuade our citizens to vote for parties that are not so interested in having a well-functioning and strong European Union. And of course also to take the debate every day with those parties and those political powers that want to erode this unity. And one thing that the next Commission, I hope, will be working with is to have a stronger regulation when it comes to our big tech companies, our social media, because we do know that those algorithms do amplify messages with hate, division, anger, fear more than other messages. And this is really bad for our democracy and our unity. So that's something for the next Commission to continue to work to regulate big tech companies.
Well, thank you so much for that. We have reached the end of the session. I want to thank the four of you for taking the time and taking all these questions. The questions from the audience, it was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The main program will continue with the final session of this year's Munich Security Conference in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll continue with the main program in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the program in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now.
I'll hold it against you for the rest of your life. Ah, ja, okay. Lufthansa sind accepted.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Munich Security Conference, Benedikt Franke.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the concluding panel. before I start, can I ask you to be kind with your moderator today? Because I've had 3 rough days. It seemed like a good idea at the time to moderate the final panel. I'll probably reassess this next year. But I wouldn't have missed this particular panel for anything in this world. Not just because it's a group of fantastic individuals, but also because it's the silver lining panel. Not just because it's the last panel and thus your silver lining in this conference, but also because we have slightly reinterpreted the title. What we will not do is tell you what the world will look like in 60 years. You know, predictions are always difficult, particularly about the future, so we're not going to go there, because we all agree, roughly, what we want the world to look like in 60 years. A world whole, free, and at peace. And what we want to do in the first 2 rounds is really discuss the forks in the roads and how to deal with path dependencies and bumps in the roads. And then we'd like to speak about some of the silver linings that we see, and then open it up pretty quickly to you all. We want to be finishing on time with 5 panelists and 37 minutes left. Good luck to all of us. And I'm not going to introduce our panelists at length, but can I just say that, Alex, you've just been elected as President of Finland. You've come to us a couple of days after the election. Congratulations from all of us. And even more importantly, congratulations too, and thanks for your dedication. You didn't only speak at the opening lunch, you're also one of those presidents who stays for the entire 3 days. And for all of you now watching from home, presidents who've left early, please follow this example. But you see, I'm not president yet. I have all the time in the world. So, so are you going to do it differently next time?
No, I'll be here. Yeah.
But no pressure. But you know, let's look at the 120th Munich Security Conference with a title of hopefully peacefulness, warlessness, or whatever other title the policy team at that time will come up with. There will be many forks on the roads. Can you pick out a few?
Yeah, sure. I think my job is basically try to frame the big picture. I think it's always good to go back. I think this is our 1918, 1945, 1989 moment of our generation. In 1918, in the aftermath of World War I, the League of Nations was a nice idea, but it failed. After World War II, the United Nations, for all intents and purposes, succeeded in maintaining peace, at least avoiding World War III. And then in 1989, many of us got a little bit lazy. We thought that all 200 nation states of the world would revert to some form of combination of liberal democracy, market economy, and globalization. But now, as of 2022, especially us in Europe, realized that that's not going to be the case. And then we come to an analysis of what the world is like right now. And I think for the next 10 years, we will live in an age of unpeace, where international rules and institutions will be continued to be challenged. We will live in an age of unrest, where there'll be a lot of conflicts popping up left and right. And I think the big, if not a battlefield, at least spheres of interest is going to be between the global West, which tries to protect the current system, global East, China, Russia, which tries to challenge it, and the global South, which will have a big role in deciding in the way in which it goes. Because the global South, in its broadest sense, wants to have agency in the system. And I'll finish off by saying that I think, as always, we pretty much have 3 options going for the next 60 years. One is competition. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, as long as it's market-based competition, but right now, it's a little bit complicated. The second option is conflict, and the problem, of course, is that competition can easily spill over into conflict unless you have the third option, which is cooperation. So I think the job of the Munich Security Conference, the international community in general, is to understand that this is one of these big moments in the history of international relations where there's going to be a shift of power between these 3 spheres, the global West, the global East, and the global south. And the thing is that sometimes I feel that we, especially in the West, have a tendency to take the moral high ground. In other words, we make a claim that we will cooperate with those who agree with us. But the problem here is that all the global problems, like climate change, technology, pandemics, or demographics, they're global problems and have to be solved on a global level. So I hope that in 60 years from now, we will be there, with a new international system. But we have about 10 years to try to fix the current one, and I think that will then last us for the next 50 years. That's a quick summary.
Thank you. You mentioned the Global East, a region where cooperation, conflict, and competition are as close together currently as possible. Let's turn to a wonderful Munich young leader, Lynn Kwok, who has just left IISS and is transitioning to a new role in the US, and you'll hear of her, I'm pretty sure, very soon on it. Looking at the Global East, Lynn, where is the next fork in the road and what's coming thereafter?
Thank you, Benedict, and hello, everyone. Just to make clear that I'm not a current Munich Young Leader. I was a Munich Young Leader in 2013, so that was some time
Once
ago.
Munich Young Leader, always Munich Young Leader.
My favorite club then, thank you. Look, I think, we talked about how we wouldn't predict into the future and how that was impossible, and certainly that is the case. But I think it's useful nonetheless to kind of look forward to define multiple possible futures, the good, the bad, and the truly catastrophic, as a means by which we can, seek to work towards the good and avoid the bad and actually give the catastrophic a wide berth. So I think this exercise is important. It's not easy, of course, because if we look back 60 years, we see a world that's very different, so it's likely that the next 60 years would be quite different. So if we look back 60 years, where were we? We had, in 1964, narrowly averted a nuclear war in the Cuban Missile Crisis. The Vietnam War was raging. The US-China rapprochement was still about a decade away. And at that point, the Cold War seemed interminable. Fortunately, that did come to an end, though I think we've stumbled willy-nilly into another one. So, looking back, it was a different world back then. And now looking forwards, I think what we need to look at in terms of forks in the road is one important thing, as Benedict highlighted, is the security situation in Asia, and the US-China relationship has been described by some, and I think I agree, as one of the most consequential relationships in the world for several reasons. First, it impacts war and peace, so it's an existential issue. Second, it's going to have implications for the balance of power in the region and globally as well. And third, it impacts the rules, if any, governing international behavior. So whether or not the rule of law is going to govern behavior between states, that's going to be impacted by how the US-China relationship plays out. And finally, of course, as was highlighted earlier, the international community's ability to manage global challenges is going to be impacted by the US-China relationship. And if we look at that relationship, I think the question at the forefront of many of our minds is there going to be war? And of course, sadly, there are several pathways towards that. We all know about Taiwan, although I think probably the concerns over that in the near term about a war breaking out over Taiwan in the near term are, overblown a little bit. But there are also other pathways to potential war between the US and China. Incidents at sea and air in the South China Sea. In 2001, the US and China, there was a collision in the air between the United States and China. In that case, war was avoided. But obviously the tensions right now between the two countries are far stronger, so are far more problematic. So there is an issue there as well. And finally, and although this is not often talked about, we have, of course, the possibility that the United States might be drawn into a war with China over the over incidents between China and a US ally like the Philippines. So in the South China Sea, there have been relatively minor skirmishes between China and the Philippines, and probably that hasn't received that much attention here in the world. But that could easily bring the United States into conflict with China. And short of war, we are also very worried, of course, about the balance of power in Asia, and because that's going to have implications moving forwards. But from the regional perspective, from Asia's perspective, I think much of Asia is less concerned about who comes out on top. That's different, I think, from the western part of the world, but many countries in Asia are less concerned about who's the dominant power in the region. I think what's more important is whether or not that dominant power actually adheres to the rule of law in its relations with the big powers, but also the small powers. And I think that's essential. So if we talk about forks in the road, we are looking at war or peace, and we are looking at whether or not the dominant power in any relationship actually decides to follow the rule of law. So I think I would look out for those litmus tests moving forward.
Perfect, thank you, Lynn. And you mentioned the need to make international organizations fit for purpose. Turning to South Africa and to you, Emma, Member of Parliament, Shadow Minister for International Relations and Cooperation. On the road to more efficient and fair international organizations, from your African point of view, where are the forks?
Well, Benedict, thank you. So it's my hope that by 2084, we will see more globally representative international institutions where the global south and specifically the African continent have got a seat at the table. If we look at where the African continent is at the moment, we know that it has the youngest population in the world. It is home to 20% of the world's population. It has vast natural, mineral, biological resources that are yet untapped. And unfortunately, at the present juncture, it is the site of proxy wars between global powers. And we're, of course, seeing that it is fertile ground for these international conflicts to gain further traction. So for me, I would like to see that the Global South and Africa in specific has got a seat at the decision-making tables at the United Nations in whatever incarnation that takes by 2084. I'm sure that it will look vastly different from a technological and an artificial intelligence perspective. And then, of course, if we look at the Bretton Woods institutions, we need to find a way to make the terms of lending more attractive to African nations and more competitive. Because I think at the moment we risk losing vast tracts of our developed infrastructure, highways and our ports to neo-colonial ambitions if we don't reform the Bretton Woods institutions that align with our values of peace, democracy, freedom, tolerance, to essentially make it more competitive for the developing world to take up those offers, as opposed to offers from more malign actors. And so I think that essentially it's a fork in the road, this juncture. It's potentially a pathway towards a dystopian future or a utopian future. And I think that it's important that those of us that are in the arena don't take up space, but that we use our positions to work together to advance cooperation and to seek partnerships in terms of building a world that works for all of us and not just a select few.
Perfect, thank you. Turning from the Global South to the High North, Gülfar Dottir is a long-standing friend of the Munich Security Conference. Every time she comes here, she has a new position. I checked this morning. She is still Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs of Iceland. What are your forks in the road? We talked about technology when we talked last. We talked about the reform of the Bretton Woods institutions, whether we'll see Nairobi or Rio institutions in the future. Which forks to look out for?
Well, I think listening to three of them, it's a mix of those. I mean, we look at, like Alexander mentioned, when we look at the institutions that we have now, I would say that I'm a believer and a fighter for them, because we the alternative is always, it's flawed, but it's the best we got. And I do not want to imagine a world without those institutions. And sometimes it's a bit of a challenge to allow yourself to criticize how they're developing and what, in my opinion, has to be fixed without feeding the wolf. Because we also know that certain powers really do want to undermine these institutions. And you don't want to allow them to do that. But if we pretend that it's perfect as it is, and we're afraid to fix it, then we're also feeding the wolf. So I think the institutions that we have, they have to develop with the changes and the times. And we see, for example, if we look at the Russian war in Ukraine, I mean, this is old-fashioned war. This is as clear-cut as it can get. Still, I mean, I know, and I will mention, you know, the unity and what we've done, and we're in this together, and all of that, which is important. But still, we have a system that is not, it's not working enough for this kind of dilemma. So if we have an old-fashioned war, and this is where we're at, how will we as individuals, as leaders, as institutions, how would we cope with a very different kind of crisis? That is, you know, we have climate change, and we know, we have already seen consequences, and they will only grow. And how will the international community deal with the fact that a big part of the world will stand up and they will move? Because that's what human nature does. We have demographic changes, which are extreme in the West. I mean, this is happening very, very fast. And here you have a problem, and you have a problem, and you know that by somehow finding a solution or having a vision on how they could assist each other with changes, that would be good. But that's something that is not talked about much, and we have a system. If we look at Europe, if we look at, you know, refugees, asylum seekers, I mean, this is a system that is not, you know, it's not in a good place. Like there's no unity around that. So that's probably not the system that will fix it. But how will we do that? And then with AI, you know, I'm a lawyer and a politician. I'm not an expert, but what I see is extremely fast development that I don't think many individuals in the world really can comprehend. And the effect that will have, because we know about all the opportunities, how it can, I mean, it might be the solution for us to all be 150 years old, but it also has huge challenges. And, you know, I asked AI, what kind of institutions would we need? And that was basically like a climate institution, and then some kind of a regulatory framework for AI. That's what AI tells us. But still we don't have it. And then my final point is, when we look at the whole world, it might sound weird, but for me, the answer lies in each and every individual. Because we know that the challenges that we face will not be solved without innovation. Innovation does not grow without freedom. Freedom of speech, freedom of to be free to criticize, to be creative, to be very uncomfortable, to do mistakes. Innovation does not thrive in autocratic states. So we truly need to cherish the fundamental rights that we have, because only with them we will find the solution. And I know that we were told to be, I mean, we have to find the silver lining and have to be optimistic. And after those 3 days, I can say I'm both. I mean, I am sad somehow to feel how serious this is already and how we're still going in the wrong direction, and we know what it takes, but we're not really going fast enough to that place. But I'm also optimistic because I know that we have the solutions. We can solve it together, and I completely agree with the cooperation part. I mean, it should be obvious. That's obviously the way to go forward, and that will be in 60 years also. And I hope that in 60 years we will still have a conference here where we meet and look each other in the eye, because I think we're too afraid to be human beings, to talk like human beings, to front challenges as human beings, and we need to talk to each other more, not just scream something out and said, you know, I took a stand, but you're not really asking for any reply or any discussion.
You get full points for mentioning the Munich rule.
Yes.
Engage with each other, don't lecture each other. We love it, and we'll print it up there next time. You know, we've now spoken about a few forks in the road that we should and can take. We've certainly missed a few looking back, particularly when it comes to climate change. And Leila Ben Ali, the Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development from the Kingdom of Morocco, just shared a pretty worrying statistic with me when we were behind the stage. And that is that by 2084, so at the 120th Munich Security Conference, there'll be a lot fewer countries around, because up to 20% of the UN membership, according to climate scientists, may have disappeared in the waves of oceans and in the deserts. And so, you know, accepting that we've missed forks in the roads here, looking at how we are going to deal with that challenge of a changing composition of the UN, of a climate change that we will not be able to reverse or potentially even stop. Which forks in the road are most important to you?
Yeah, thanks, Benedict. I think when we were preparing for this panel, it was very obvious, and thanks to President-elect, who put us in the perspective and reminded us of the time in history of 1918 and 1948. And I reflected on that a little bit more, because I'm really hoping that between now and 2084, the multilateral system, of course, as countries of the global south, we're always calling for the reform of the Bretton Woods institutions and development finance and the United Nations. But I just want to echo what my friend from South Africa was saying. Actually, I don't think it will matter 60 years from now. Probably won't matter, because exactly for what we were saying. I mean, you will have I'm assuming that the multilateral system and the parallel systems that would have developed over time will have institutionalized the process of dealing with the migration of climate refugees, or the process of, in the case of Israel, there was a process of repatriation of refugees, except that in the meantime, yeah, between 10 and 25% of UN membership would have disappeared, and this raises questions that humanity has never faced in the past. So I'm just hoping that between now and then, our creativity in the multilateral system and parallel systems will have found at least the bureaucratic process to deal with it. Now, that means that when I was listening also to President-elect, he mentioned 4 key existential threats or challenges, climate being number 1, pandemics, of course, technology and artificial intelligence, and demographics. And indeed, I mean, if we look at these 4 challenges, and climate being the most ubiquitous, and I would say the responsibility is very diluted, and this is one of the key areas that we find as climate negotiators as the most difficult point to negotiate on, is the historic and current responsibility when it comes to the impact of climate on not only on countries or sovereignty, but also on paths of the economy, particularly if you want to carve out additional budgets for armament and defense, because we have much more imminent threats that are the wars that we are facing. So I also looked at a couple of numbers. GDP per capita in the last 60 years have been multiplied 25 times. And I'm relating this to climate because, I mean, I don't think we will have the same growth in terms of GDP per capita, and there will be a peak, and the growth will stall over time. That will mean that our living conditions will more or less will get close to each other. Our CO2 emissions per capita at some point will have to get close whether we are countries of the global south or the global north, or the global east, and I'm assuming that countries of the global south are still pushing for that. But the thing is that I think the adult generation in 2084, and I've been thinking about that, I was wondering how old my kids will be at the time, I think they will be content with similar living conditions as their parents, which means my children. My children will be the parents of the adults living at that time. And I think they will be content with the same living conditions as their parents, which is not my case, because as long as we provide some additional importance to values like identity, humanity, environment protection, it will be very important for us, especially if we are having 2 or 3 degrees Celsius higher. I mean, Morocco has breached the record of 1.5 degrees last year, actually. So 1.5 degrees Celsius is not, by 2050, is a reality for many countries today. And I think the way we also apprehend technology and the efficient use of technology, artificial intelligence, in dealing with those existential threats, including climate, I'm really hoping that we will be much more efficient in deploying finance, capital, and technology to deal with that, so that we produce better. We will be obliged to produce better, but to consume better as well.
Thank you. With your permission, we'll skip the round where I wanted to ask you what's your personal silver lining, because many of you have already mentioned it, and instead turn to the audience to give them a chance to answer. And given that I'm usually the person who forces panelists and moderators to stay on schedule, I can't possibly go over time myself. So we have 9 minutes and 40 seconds left, and I know that our wonderful Munich young leader, Hannah, has a first question. Hannah, where are you? Can we have a microphone, please?
Hannah Notte from the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies. It was mentioned on the panel 60 years ago we had just lived through the Cuban Missile Crisis. Today, Russia's war against Ukraine has brought renewed attention to nuclear weapons, and different countries around the world are asking themselves whether they need their own nuclear weapons in order to be safe, including here in Europe. My question to you is, what should happen as a matter of urgent priority today in order for us to avoid living in a world in 60 years where we have far more nuclear weapons than today?
Thank you, Anna. Would you like to take that?
Sure. I mean, if you look at the sort of 5 front lines of battle nowadays, you have the sea, the air, land, then cyber, and space. They are the key. But all of these are, in one way or another, linked to the question of nuclear non-proliferation. And I think as a matter of urgency, there's a START agreement which runs out in 2026. I'm actually quite hopeful that a dialogue between Russia, the United States, potentially China, and a few others will calm things down. Why am I optimistic? Because do you remember in the beginning of the war in Ukraine, Putin started to use language about and threatening with nuclear weapons? Who basically asked him to be quiet? 2 sources. One was China, and the other one was the global south. So there is an understanding that anything that has to do with nuclear weapons, whether tactical or strategic, is existential for all of us. I'll finish off by saying, having said all of that, I'm quite sort of confident, optimistic that we'll sell. But the big worry that I have right now is space, because that's completely uncharted territory. And we can have simulated war games about what's going on in space, et cetera, but once we start going in that direction, then that will have an impact on land, sea, and air, and cyber. So I'd be focusing a lot on space right now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I've seen a question from a Ukrainian friend over here. And could you please say who you address your question to? Makes my job easier.
Thanks a lot. Lisa Yasko, member of Ukraine Parliament. When I hear all the conversations here, and you just said that we are all around 1938, 39, and next 10 years we are going to live in this or that. Does it mean that there is no hope that we can stop it? That there is no way that we can stop new wars, new security threats? But I think it's the place where we actually have to work on all the solutions that we have to stop it. I'm very worried when we compare this time to the time before the Second World War. But let's make it possible that it's not the same, please.
Thank you. Who wants to take this one?
I think, I think what you said about ensuring that the future doesn't look like the worst of our past is so important. And I think that's why I think the calls that I've heard for unity around the issue of Ukraine and for a cohesive response to the issue is so important. And I think this part of the world, perhaps because of its geographical proximity, but also mostly because of its geographical proximity, but also because of an understanding of what it means for the rule of law, gets it. In Asia, I think, unfortunately, there is a sense that the Ukraine war, for instance, impacts Asia because of its impact on food and energy supplies and prices, but that apart from potential implications for Taiwan, that there are less geopolitical implications of the Ukraine war for Asia. However, I think it does impact, the rule of law, first of all, the Russia-China nexus and what that means for the region. It also impacts the ease by which countries can form alliances and partnerships. It just complicates all of that. And also it impacts how how much engagement we can see from Europe in the Indo-Pacific or Asian region. So I think we need to realize as an international community that problems, especially problems as big as this, are not isolated or isolated to a particular region. And so just as the impact of the war in Ukraine impacts Asia, and Asia's developments also impact Europe. So I would like to see a far more cohesive international community. And so I would like to see on my end also a far more firm response from lots of Asian countries in terms of how they stand up to defend and promote the rule of law.
Speaking of responses, you are going to get 3 for the price of 1, because I think Alexander thought is 4 for the price of 1.
Then just let me give you a much more optimistic view. I mean, we human beings have a tendency to make 3 mistakes. 1, we over-rationalize the past. So we look at examples from the past and think that things happen a certain way. Second, we over-dramatize the present. We always believe that we live in the most dramatic times in the history of mankind. But the most serious one that we make is that then we underestimate the future. And in my mind, I think the glass was very much half full in this panel. We were looking at concrete solutions of, how to get out of the war in Ukraine. This whole Munich Security Conference has been about how do we deal with the Middle East? How do we deal with the elections in the United States? And it's been very result-oriented. And that's why I give you an optimistic view. Never underestimate the capacity of humans to find solutions to complicated problems.
Thoughts?
Well, my point was very similar to what Alexander mentioned, because this question is so understandable. And I have to remind myself quite often that when you get kind of worried and almost sad when you see the signs, and you're like, this is not that time. This is a different time. This is a different world. This is a lot of things have happened since then. These are very different dynamics. It's just not the same. So you have to learn from history and not repeat the mistakes. But you should not make the mistake to think that somehow the history just repeats itself. I mean, we have the pen in our hand. It is literally up to us to prevent that from happening. And I believe we can. But it's just a matter of do we have the will? Are we creative enough to cooperate in a different manner than we maybe did in the past? So I know we can, but what worries me sometimes is that I don't see enough creative thinking, and that's also why when I mentioned the leaders talking more direct, unscripted, and the institutions, it's not about the institution. Just like NATO isn't about weapons, the EU isn't only about political integration. The EEA agreement is not only about business. It's mentioned in all of these institutions and agreements, the values that we share for us to, have a prosperous life. And that's what it's all about. And maybe we have to remind ourselves that we can do it, and we have to let the institution develop and remind the institutions that it's not about them, it's about the values.
Thank you. Emma and then Leila, 30 seconds each, please.
Thank you. I'm often reminded that we need to be pragmatic and practical in finding solutions to our most challenging problems and not getting weighted down in the complexities of things. And for me, I think that if we act now, a new form of multilateralism is possible, but that requires us to move beyond our echo chambers and start having conversations with one another. And from a practical perspective, as somebody from the Global South, something that can be done to bolster democracy, freedom, the values that everybody here in this room stands for, and to guard against a more fragmented future, is an investment into civic education. I'm often asked by ambassadors of European and Western nations what can be done. And one of the things that can be done by everybody in this room is in the Global South investing into civic education, making the link between who you vote for and the system that governs your nation, and how that feeds into the future that we're creating. So my encouragement and my request to everybody in this room here is to reach out beyond your echo chamber and take our hands in the Global South, because I think a bright future is indeed possible.
Perfect. Leila, last words of wisdom.
2 points. First one, how to stop the wars. I mean, there is a concept that we lost, I believe, by the turn of this century, which is strategic deterrence. And it was very important in the 20th century to build our nuclear industry, right? That's the first point. So strategic deterrence, in a way, a concept that I'm hoping we will get back to and will become in vogue again after the series of wars and crises that we had since the beginning of this century. Second point, I'm also hoping that conflict, I mean, the two major wars with global implications that we had over the last 2 years, Russia-Ukraine and Gaza-Israel, are mostly war of territories. I'm really hoping that we'll find a way to move to space as well, because I'm assuming these wars will not be as lethal as the wars we're having in space. But the thing is, if we can have more directed energy weapons in space, that might be a way to avoid traditional wars like we are having now. Thank you.
Thank you. We have now reached the most silver of linings, namely the end of this panel and the concluding remarks of our chairman. But before I hand over to you, Christoph, let me just thank our 5 wonderful panelists. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for joining us. Come back often, especially as president, from Friday till Sunday, 1800. Let me do, while I have the floor, just say one thing that is particularly important to me. I want to thank my colleagues, the team, that have really rocked one of the most complex events there is in this world. And just, if you can give them a hand right now, they're already in the room. And let me also thank our chairman, because it's fantastic to have a boss who lets us do all this stuff, who lets us get away with crazy ideas, who lets us make this such an intense and interactive experience. Thank you, Christoph, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. You know, you just said there are people who were here from Friday to Sunday or even Thursday. Within our team, you have a special name. You are the MSC Ultras. So we started these 2 days with the hope that we will have silver linings. We started this conference on an extremely sad note, and this was the death of Alexei Navalny. At the same time, we saw here Yulia Navalnaya, a strong woman I've never seen in my life before, as strong, standing here and saying, we don't accept this, and Vladimir Putin, you have to pay a price for this. And where is the silver lining? I found the silver lining in the determination of the speech of the Ukrainian president, Mr. Zelensky. I find it in the strength of the many Ukrainians we have here from civil society, from parliament. And I also find the strength in the determination of the very classic transatlantic community. Yes, there are challenges, but one of the features of this conference has always been that we have a congressional delegation, that we have Democrats and Republicans coming here. And I felt, at least, that there is a dynamic, that our American partners, that the senators, that the members of the House of Representatives from both aisles, they will find a way very quickly how we can provide the support for the Ukrainian people that they deserve, that they need, where they defend our freedom. The silver lining also on the European side, I found also a lot of satisfaction in what European leaders said, of what my own Chancellor said, and the determination of the European Union. Yes, we know it is 2 minutes before 12. We cannot afford the luxury of waiting more to get the European defense organized. My country finally is at 2%, more there, and we have to do it, and we have to do it fast. The second topic, the Middle East. Again, it was heartbreaking to see up here the photographs of the hostages that were still held by the terrorist organization Hamas. It was horrible to hear a new figure of 17,000 orphans in Gaza. Where is the silver lining? I found the silver lining in something that happened here that Munich stands for, peace through dialogue. I found the silver lining in a meeting that took place here between the President of Israel and the Prime Minister of Qatar. And I found a silver lining in President Herzog standing up here and thanking the Prime Minister of Qatar for what he's doing to try to come to a solution. This solution can only be a ceasefire so that the hostages are freed and that the suffering of the people stops. And we looked at other conflicts. We looked at the Horn of Africa. We looked at Sudan. We looked at Haiti. We looked at a number of conflicts. And what was very clear that we cannot solve this alone at the old way as we have been solving problems. We have to open up. This Munich conference has been the most diverse in many aspects. We have more women than we ever had, and this is what you have to get used to in the future. Sorry. But talking about clothing, I think the red socks is the best that you see here. We have the largest number of representatives of the countries of the Global South ever. We have discussed the global issues. We have discussed AI. We have discussed food security. We have discussed also energy problems. We have discussed climate. We have discussed AI. We have discussed also, what do we do about all the problems we have with social media. And I think also there we have come to agreements between governments, business, civil society, which is represented here. And for me, what was for me very important is that we have to do this. I think Alex said that in his intervention, we have to do it on a global way with a global rules-based order, with the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights at its base, and we have to do it. We have to do it together. Now, let me finish. I have 3 ends. Let me finish with Mia Mottley. Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, she is the Prime Minister of a country that, according to the statistic that one of you mentioned, won't be here anymore. And she received the Ewald von Kleist Award last night in the beautiful Imperial Hall of the state of Bavaria, who one day may become a kingdom again, the state of Bavaria, and we are very grateful to the Bavarians to host us. And she said, the window for action is closing. And I think we need to leave this conference with a sense of urgency on all the different issues that we have discussed. At the end, I would like to thank all of you, the ultras. I want to thank my team, the team with our CEO, who allows me once between to do a couple of things. I want to also introduce, by the way, my new deputy, Rainer Rudolph, who is... I wish all of you to have a safe trip home. Hope that you come back and that you take home the spirit of this conference. I was so happy to see many people who were in the public spaces, in the round tables, came up very excited, said, yes, this is what we want to do. We had last night a fantastic spotlight of people led by Hillary Clinton, of people who are opposition in countries where you have dictatorships, and the spirit was fantastic. So come back. Last silver lining, we need very urgently, there are 2 institutions in this town, and this is the Munich Security Conference and it's the FC Bayern Munich. They lost 2 times in a row. They play this afternoon, and I hope there is a silver lining. Bye-bye, everybody.